Open container and vehicle. Look right here. Look at that. Take a look. And the pigs are over there. Doing it right under their noses. I'm doing it right under their noses, folks. And they didn't even see me once. Because they're arresting somebody over there. And I got a front row seat to it all. Yet I'm set back enough where I'm safe. Look at that. Isn't that funny how this is, huh? That's why luck is on my side. And the bad karma everyone who hates me is getting, it's coming to them twofold. The cops are arresting a guy over there, okay? I have an open container in my vehicle right now. But technically, I got the key on the dash, so I'm a law-abiding citizen. What are you gonna do with that, huh? And I'm chilling out with the smoke and a camo. Right in. Gotta relight it. Hold on a sec. Listening to Zach Wilde, Book of Shadows. So get mad. To all the people who hate me, get mad. Rage against the dying of a light. Rage against the dying of the light and civilization. And the fact that I rule civilization. Rage against the dying of a light. I'm a boss. Nobody can take that away from me. I'm a boss. I'm the boss. Because I haven't found anyone worthy enough to submit to, so I'm a boss. You know? Someone has to give me a reason to submit to them. To do it willingly. Otherwise, I'm going to stay the boss. I'm like Bruce Springsteen. They're not. They're over there arresting a guy. Some people are going to be pissed off at this. Who think we know is going to be pissed off about this, huh? Hey, Queen. What's going on? I'm not in motion anywhere. I got the key on the dashboard right now. I'm not driving nowhere. But it's just so funny. I had an open container in a vehicle while they're arresting somebody. It's funny, 22 views already for this. People are so intrigued. You know, this is normal. This is more normal than you think. But everyone's so fucking sheltered. Oh, it's a big deal. Melton John has a gun. Melton John is drinking and driving. Melton John has an open container in a vehicle. The cops aren't even looking at me. Isn't this a riot? And I'm looking at this. And here I am chilling with a cigar and a beer right now. So that's right, fat boy. I'm gonna piss you off all the more. Anything you do will not stop me. You understand? I'm invincible. Try to call all the people you know. Try to locate me, you son of a bitch. You claim you know people here? Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? You'll call your mom? Fuck you. Don't call your mother on me. I'll have to chat with your mother and tell her your son is a bitch boy who can't handle real life and handle this channel. You asshole. You fucking asshole. Let's do a rail. That's right. I'll tell you what I found. Denver and Tampa have a lot of parallels to them. Denver's known for dispensaries and pot, okay? And hiking. But I don't do either of those things. Okay? And I smoke cigars, not pot. But what's funny is there's a tobacco shop here called Edwards. But Edwards is out of Tampa. But their Edwards cigar shop here in the Denver area is better than the one in Tampa. How do you figure, since Denver's not known for cigars, yet their Edwards pipe and tobacco and cigar shop is better here than it is in Tampa? And then Colorado, Denver has Smoker Friendly, which they put in Tobacco Depot, which is in Tampa. They have an affiliate contract where Smoker Friendly sells, like Tobacco Depot out of Tampa sells Smoker Friendly out of Colorado. But Edwards from Tampa is in Denver. And yet the Tampa Bay Lightning is in the finals with the Avalanche. There's too many parallels between Tampa and Denver. I'm telling you now. Too many parallels. Denver's close to the mountains. It's not right in the mountains, but it's very close to the mountains. Kind of like Tampa isn't right on the beach, but it's close to the beach. I'm saying Tampa because Tampa's where the stadium is. In the Amalie Arena and all that. Yeah, they do. And here I am smoking like I'm in Ybor City. And I'm in the barrio of Denver right now. I got a cigar here just like I'm in Ybor City. I swear to God. I mean, while there's some things about Denver I definitely don't like, I still learned that I can have fun here too. Homeless in a truck, I can have fun here too. Even though I'm unshowered for like 4 days. I had to change my clothes. But guess what? I have lotions to keep clean. I got scrubs. I got my toiletries right here. My toothbrush. So what's Stinky Brown's excuse? Stinky fucking Brown. What's his excuse for not at least keeping nice if he can't bathe? At least use public bathrooms and lotion yourself up. Wash your ass. Just like Tariq Nasheed when he wrote that song, Wash Your Ass. Remember Wash Your Ass? Wash your ass. You fucking punk. Wash your ass. You gotta wash your ass. For Christ's sake. Never mind. Never mind. Man, oh man, Fat Boy's gonna be pissed off now. I told you, I'll get people back for threatening me. I'll get people back. You think you're so tough? You think you're gonna get all these fucking people after me here in Colorado, you punk bitch? Although hey, interesting story. I ran into a person who lives in a truck my size, homeless. Lives in a truck my size, but he thought I was sent. So this is off YouTube, totally off YouTube in real life now. I said, I know she got a Florida plate. What part of Florida are you from? I started a conversation was like, oh, Tampa. I'm like, oh, I lived in Tampa too. I was up by Busch Gardens, Busch Boulevard area. He's like, oh yeah. I have a girlfriend who's stalking me and who's beat me up and he's kind of like a Tasha type. And I met him here. I'm in person. He lives in his truck. He texted me on the phone and he was talking to me like I was some person. He thought I was sent by someone he knew. Like I was hired as a private investigator. Like the shit that goes on down here. Like when Noodles paid 10 grand to follow me. This guy thought I was following him and I was hired to go after him. And I'm like, no, dude, you're out of your mind. I just tried talking to you. I tried being nice. I tried talking. I've listened to you gripe to me about your girlfriend. I listened to you here. You think I was sent, that I'm a private investigator? Sent to you? That's what you think? So he thought of me like I was someone like the guy that Noodles paid 10 grand for. He thought I was that guy. And that I was sent to him because apparently he has his girlfriend after him, sending people after him. So he thought I was someone paid to come to him. He's like, there's too many coincidences that you said too many red flags. You said gang stalking, which is something that I'm going through. And I'm like, no, because I go through it. And people in the community I've been through are going through gang stalking. I have nothing to do with you, though. I don't know your girlfriend's names. It's like, yeah, you know their names. I'm like, no, I don't. I don't fucking know their names. It's like, it hurts me that you think that I was hired here to go after you. This guy wrote fanatical text to me because I collected his phone number and I texted him, but I had to block him because he became a fucking, well, for starters, he was what I would call, he was kind of left-wing hippie type, you know, Denver, you know, but he's from Florida kind of thing. And I told him there's a big bald fat guy called Noodles following me. I mentioned Noodles to him too. I mentioned him. Believe it or not. He's like, oh yeah, I think that ties in. I don't know him, but it sounds familiar, someone of that body type. And you said too many red flags to me. You said gang stalking. You mentioned Jeffrey Dahmer. You mentioned you were in Nebraska. I was in Lincoln, so you have to be hired to go after me. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was in Omaha. I only went to Lincoln one fucking time, dude. I was in Omaha mostly. He went to Nebraska too, it turned out. And I just happened to get caught up in his crossfires. And he tells me, I took pictures of your truck and I paid $300 to have you investigated. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So it doesn't matter. I can't win. Whether I'm in the Boyd or whether I'm in real life trying to make conversation with somebody. He told me, I don't believe him for it all. Because when I was leaving, he didn't have a camera on my vehicle at any time. He didn't take my plates. I left, it was normal, and I said, see you later. It ended nice. It ended nice to where I just said to him in a text. I said to him in a text, I like you. All right? Literally. And maybe I might have been sexually attracted to him, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter. But I said to him, I like you. Okay? But then he started talking to me. I'm like, you must have the wrong person. I don't know any of these people. And he blamed me. I'm like, yeah, you know them. Come on, you know them. I'm like, no, I fucking don't. And you're aggravating me, right? He got me to scream at the top of my lungs. And you know what he told me? He told me I needed therapy. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are, asshole? And he was the one, he tried to paint me like I was like a right-winger or something. He was being very smug with me, and I didn't fucking like it. And he was the one who volunteered to me. He had an IQ of 146, but apparently he got himself into, and he told me he had properties in Texas and somewhere else, too. Like and I said the only other guy I knew like that was unhinged, and he had a bad temper, and he used to hang at Tampa Humidor. I told him that. So in real life, I run into somebody here. I'm not going to say his name. Oh, but he gave me his name. He's like, I have nothing to hide. This is my name, right? He thought I was sent as a private investigator to him. I'm like, no, dude. No. But then on the phone, I said, I'll roll with that, though. If you want to believe that, I'll roll with that. He's like, oh, good, you're being honest now, finally. But I'm like, because I'll roll with it. If someone's being so ridiculous, I'll be like, yeah, I'll roll with the story. I was sent. Okay? And I laughed just like that. To him over the phone. Because the fucking guy sent me fanatical text, and I was doing a beauty routine, and this fucking guy calls me. I'm like, I'm not bothering you right now, dude. Why are you giving me this bullshit? I'm doing a beauty routine right now, and you're interrupting me. You shithead. I said, I'm trans. I'm not that person. I was the one I told you I'm trans. I said, yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, and you know those people. But yet he wanted to claim he was accepting to trans people. But I think indirectly, he was like these rednecks he didn't want to be like. And he might have been targeting me. Maybe because I was trans. But on the front, he didn't make it seem like that. He makes it seem like he's accepting. He doesn't care what you are, what gender you are. But despite the fact I said I was trans, he was kind of gang stalking me a little bit by himself. And I'm like, there's a reason your ex-girlfriend beat your ass up, you know, when you told me she beat you repeatedly. He told me that I reminded him of his ex-girlfriend when I was getting angry at him over the phone. But I didn't waste my time on him because I don't have a deep history with him like Noodles, you know, or anybody like that. So I'm like, nah, I'm not going to waste my fucking time meeting you. You know, you're just a fucking shithead looking for trouble. Is what he told me, meet me here and here and here or whatever. But it's like this fucking guy, I don't know, claims he has like 3 properties in different states. He said that before when I thought I was cool. But to my face, he tried to be cool because he saw my size and he knew what kind of damage I could do with it. So he tried to keep cool enough. He was only acting like a pussy more. He acted more like a pussy over the phone, actually, in text. Face to face, he was trying to back down, even though he really felt a certain way. He kept backing down to me. When I try to say it upsets me, you know, that you're doing this. And then he kept backing down, face to face to me. He's like, no, it isn't that, man. I mean, I don't know, but I do think you are brought to me. I mean, you said too many words. You said too many words. But still, the fact that you think that way bothers me because I was just being friendly to you. And maybe I happen to be traveled like you and I've been to some of the same things. I felt bad for him. I maybe was open to a relationship with him, maybe. I thought he was a nice guy who had a lot of problems. But he went off the deep end and I just said, fuck you, dude. You are a piece of fucking shit. I mean, really. He was very good looking, too. His looks, I'll tell you right now. I didn't want to tell him, but I was kind of sucked in a little bit. He was definitely more intelligent than the average guy, but he turned out to be a nut job. A total fucking nut job. And if I'm saying someone's a nut job, then it must be pretty fucking bad. Because people see me like I'm nuts. But this guy's more like Tasha than anybody. I think him and Tasha should hook up, actually. I really think this guy, if Tasha wants a new boyfriend before she goes to jail, I think Tasha would, Robert Teeling. Because you showed me so much disrespect, I'm going to call you Robert Teeling to your ending fucking days, trasher. Robert fucking Teeling, you piece of shit. I know, Queen, isn't this fucking entertaining as all hell? Isn't it? It should be a supportive environment. Trans people should support each other, but when there's too much fuckery, you have to call it out. Or even liberals who want to act like they're okay with everything, but maybe hidden where he might be so intelligent where it was in the back of his mind, maybe he was targeting me for being trans. I'm like, you know what? You're no different than those rednecks that you probably... It's like, I am a redneck, kind of. I actually have some redneck traits about me. But I'm like, you want to call yourself a progressive, but you're contradicting yourself. Because he tried to make me sound like I'm the right-winger who had a bad temper, and I needed therapy. He made me seem like a right-winger. Because he tried to paint me out exactly like how Noodles is. He tried to paint me out like that, you know? Just like how Noodles is. Like, and I said to him, you know, like when the gay people were grooming you. Oh, that's the other thing. I asked him if gay people groomed him because he said he was straight and stuff, right? And he was around gay people or whatever, and they tried to flirt with him and stuff, and he said that he was straight. I'm like, you have a look to you. Maybe they try to groom you because he looks like he could have been trans, but he remains a guy, you know, and he's hairy, but he looks very good. And long hair, too. But hairy. But anyways, and I said you kind of have that look to you where you could get groomed if you were around gay people. Me saying my honest thoughts to him, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So then it's funny, he's like, oh, you see, So then he said yes to me, right? When he was face to face and over the phone. I'm like, you said yes. I'm like, yeah, because that was like something you projected onto me about grooming or whatever. I'm like, but I just asked you. You said yes to it. Because I said you had a look maybe the homosexuals might have liked. When I was face to face, I told him that. And then I mentioned Jeffrey Dahmer as an example of a gay homosexual who was a psycho. But then he turned around on the phone and said, I tried to call him Jeffrey Dahmer, when that was not the fucking case at all. He tried to say that I tried to call him Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm like, no, wait a fucking minute. You're out of line now, you son of a bitch. I didn't call you Jeffrey. I just mentioned him because that's how some gay men are. And face to face, he seemed like he was in agreement with that. But on the phone, he was like, you try to call me Jeffrey Dahmer. This guy should hook up with Tasha. I'm telling you right fucking now. I found the perfect person for Tasha. In Denver. Seriously. I'm serious. I'm looking more sane than everybody right now. For as crazy as that, I could make people think I'm fucking off the wall, but you know what? I'm really not off the wall. Although kind of I am. Oh, I am, but not as bad as some people though. In actuality, if you read the fine print, well, I'm not a character. I'm a real person. Sometimes I oversell things. Sometimes I do. But that's neither here nor there. Isn't that crazy though, Queen? When I left him, he gave me the impression that maybe he'd be like a local ally. And I said to him, I was sent, well, do you ever think that God might have sent me to you because you needed an ally? But he thought I was sent to him to aggravate him or to give him a wellness check. He mentioned the word wellness check. That's another thing I didn't tell you all. He said, I think that you were sent to give me a wellness check. Someone who wanted a wellness check sent you to me. I'm like, what the fuck? I would be the one. I had a wellness check called on me. What the fuck? And you think I came to you due to a wellness check on you? It's like this guy's tied into this community, but it's in real life. It's not even in this community. Isn't this sick shit? Isn't this fucking sick shit? I was just being friendly with the fucking... I thought you got Florida plates on us. I was in Florida. What part of Florida are you in? And he's like, you park near me. My ex-girlfriend has people after me. So how do I know that you aren't? He wasn't yelling. He didn't believe it. He thought I raised my voice. Like, you need therapy. You're angry. You're angry. Over the phone, I screamed at him because he didn't give me enough reason to scream at him in person. He was trying to keep it cool to not get me mad, is what it was. Because he knows I could have went off on him if I wanted to. But he kept it cool in person. But online, on the text, he tried to incite me where I ended up screaming at him. Didn't happen when I was in his face, though. I'll tell you that. Then he tried to tell me his feeling on pedophiles, which was actually pretty right-wing. And I told him about hot noodles. I didn't get too specific about noodles, but I had mentioned noodles, kind of. I'm like, there's this guy online who's followed me around noodles, is what he goes. But I just said noodles. And he made excuses for him liking little girls or Japanese, being 13, legal in Japan or something. He's like, oh yeah, if anyone said they were a pedophile to me, that's enough for me to fuck them up. Or if they were coming after me, I'd fuck them up. Or something like that. Or if someone's a pedophile, I'd fuck them up. For the most part, I don't like to fight. But then meanwhile, he was a beta male in the sense that his girlfriend beat the shit up. He said he could have fucked her up, but since he wanted to act like he was a gentleman, though. And he didn't fight her at all when she was beating him up. I'm like, I still would have fought her. Come on. I still would have fought the bitch. I literally said, there's only so much I can handle. If she was trying to beat me up, I'd have to fight her. I'm sorry, dude. That's what I said to him. So I do meet people face to face. But in that case, since this guy wasn't in Boyd and he was just someone who was sitting outside his truck, I made conversation with him. But in Boyd, I have my guard up. I have to screen people. But the initial vibe was someone who wasn't too threatening. He wasn't threatening face to face. And I said on my trucks, but he ended it nicely, actually. This is why it surprised me. Because he ended it nicely when I left. And he tried to keep it nice or whatever. He was just like, oh, your stuff's exposed. How you want a plastic bag or something? You want some plastic? It's like, oh, no, I'm good. I was like, all right. I'm going to go now. All right, see you later. That's how it ended. But then he gave me so much shit in text. But I texted him first, and all I said was, I like you. That's it. That's it. And he comes with me with all these texts. And he was on his theories that I was sent to him by people his girlfriend hired. Talk about being caught in the crosshairs. Christ. This is life on the streets here. Life on the streets. Not in a motel. This life on the streets here. Because I'm on the streets. I live on the streets right now. I sleep beside traffic. I listen to traffic. I listen to talking. I listen to whatever. Quiet. I feel like Elvis travels now, the way I'm camping out places. But the weather's great for it here, though, so I can do it. By the way, someone woke me up where I was. Says like, "Oh, you can't sleep here. You know, you're lucky you didn't get towed." He probably is, Carlos. He knows his time is up. That's why he's trying to do all that he can do. He knows his time is up. Scan a doc, am I trolling? No, I'm not trolling. I'm telling the truth. I met this person. I felt sorry for the guy, though. I fucking did. To where after I met him, I texted him a day later. I waited a day. And I didn't get into detail. I just said, I like you. You know. I thought maybe he'd come around, but he didn't. If he came around, it could have led to a potential relationship. But he texts me with all these ramblings. I'm like, you got the wrong person. I don't know any of these. He's like, yeah, you do. Come on. You've been following me. You're paid. You're a paid investigator. I'm like, all right, well, I'll roll with that if you really want. I will roll with that. So then when I admitted, he's like, oh, fine. Well, at least you're admitting the truth. He believed me. He believed me when I admitted to it, and it really went with his nerves. Like, yeah, you're that person. I'm glad you finally admit it. I'm glad. I'm like, ha ha ha, yeah. I am that person. I was hired. How about that? I'll roll with that if you want. I said, I'll roll with. I tried not to roll with it. I tried to be reasonable with him, but then he got so bad, I finally rolled with that. I finally rolled with it. You're not going to get stories like this on Noodles. Come on. I am the best. I'm the champion of the community. I told everybody that. And I'm the most beautiful trans girl in the community. So what? So what that I'm trying hard to tame this, you know? I try to fucking wax myself, and I still didn't get a whole lot off. Turns out I have to get it professionally done, but I got some of it off. Just not enough of it off. I was literally plucking hairs out. Literally. For those of you who say I'm a lazy trans, fuck you, I'm not a lazy trans. Look, does that look like I'm a lazy trans person? Look at my fingernails. Does that look like something a lazy trans person would do? Half and half and the center one split? Does that look like lazy to you? You fucking assholes. You pieces of shit, hypocritical trans people out there, Tasha. Or hypocritical queer like Noodles. Fuck you. Fuck you all. You pieces of shit. I believe totally in trans unity. But people like Tasha and Roger Brown make that impossible because they're the dividers. They are the dividers. Here I am new in the community. And you know what? I felt like I had to, if Tasha's words, Tasha thought I was pushing my way into the community, which is false if she really read her information right. And these people are trying to tell me when their lives aren't fucking wrapped too tight. That's the fucking problem I have with them. Because I say what I think. I seem like a bully. Tasha made me sound like I was a bully to trans people. Like I was trying to bully my way in. If only she knew half the fucking story. If only she knew half the fucking story. But she's a fucking retard. I'm not going to try. She's going to get her ass arrested. Noodles and Tasha are going to be gone. Within 3 months, both of them are going to be gone. I'm telling you. Believe me. And now Anderson Henderson is just a non-factor. I like the things he's done. It's really Noodles and Tasha at this fucking point. They're the two that need to go. Remember I was telling you that Tasha coming back, and Anderson Henderson at the time, of course, but Tasha is holding back the community. Tasha's really regressive. Tasha's really regressive. Tasha just talks about her mom. I think her family was nicer to her. I really do, now that I think about it. And she blew it with them. And yeah, I think that her parents, her mother gave her the van, but then she had to suck dick, in her own words, to build the van. Is the conclusion I've come. But I think her mother got her the van. And then the improvements were on her. Him. Robert. Fucking dickhead. I'm going to explain that I bullied Sammy Jacks because I had to take control. Not that I wanted to. But Sammy, like you, Sammy Jacks, like you, has a way about her. She's wimpy. She just attracts that to her life no matter who she meets. People feel like they have to become the assertive one on her because she makes questionable decisions. She babysitted on a Sunday night, taking a job from a young girl who could have had the money. I told Sammy Jacks, that's a scumbag thing to do where you make over $100K a year. And you're taking a job on a Sunday night from a 21-year-old, probably. So I did bully her and talk some sense into her, or tried to. Just like when she said she put security cameras on her house because someone broke into her car. And I tried to tell her confrontation was what you should have did. If someone's threatening your property, you confront them. You don't put security cameras around your home. Are you stupid, Sammy? Are you stupid? And some people want to call me a bully. That's the new one. Tasha wants to call me a bully now to trans people because I'm trying to bully my way into the community. Like I'm Caitlyn Jenner, and I'm not Caitlyn Jenner. I'm way more left. That's what's funny here, folks. Like I'm trying to steal the thunder. Because people like Mallory and people like you, I don't care if Tasha has nice tits. And I don't have big tits. But you don't want to know something? Flat-chested girls get more done. Okay? Period. People want to say Tasha has good tits. That's all she has. She doesn't have any common fucking sense. And he's been a trans for a long fucking time. A long time, supposedly, right? And Tasha's voice is a little more perfected maybe than some. And maybe Tasha might have big boobs or whatever, or nice ones, but that's all Tasha has. And that's all Tasha can sell. Tasha's a fucking scumbag, scammer, piece of shit. So I'm the better option for anybody who wants to date someone. And I'm considering I'm more of a rookie at this. Or a lazy trans. I'm beautiful. Look at me. I'm fucking beautiful. I'm fucking beautiful. They're just jealous that I haven't been in it long and I'm doing better than them. That I'm doing better than them. And I just started fully waxing recently. So all of you fuckers can say what you want, but you can't dictate what I am. You can't fucking dictate what pronoun I am or what. Roger fucking Stinky Brown and Trasher. You're the mean girls. You're the mean girls. Who hates when someone is just naturally that damn good and they come in and they outshine you all. That's what you hate. Because I'm a boss and you're not. Period. How does it feel? A bigger bully just came into your community and told you what the fuck is what. Meanwhile, you try to bully me. Fuckbags. Major fuckbags. Ain't that some fucking shit right there? Ain't that some fucking shit? I did. I waxed right in this truck. I went to Ulta Beauty actually today. In fact, since I got all my toiletries right beside me, it's making me use some of them a bit more. I lotion myself in here to try to smell clean. I wash my ass. Despite the fact I haven't showered, I still don't smell bad. I do not smell bad. Having what resources I have in front of me. And all that kind of shit. People are going to hate. And that's just how it goes. People are going to hate. Because they don't have the greatness. That's why. They're jealous that I'm going to LA. And they're not. Played it fucking simple. That LA would pick me over any of them. Even if I'm not going to make it, my chances are greater. Think about that for a sec, will you? Think about that. Never any guarantees. I'm not saying I'm going to make it. But would I say I have greater chances than most people down here and the trans people down here? Yes. Even more than Mallory. Or else Mallory would have been to Hollywood by now. Mallory was never in the discussion to go to Los Angeles, California. I am. Tasha, well, was there, but Tasha went back. So Tasha lost at that. Tasha could have went there and stayed. Lived outside in LA. But like an idiot, chose to move back to a shithole fucking area. Just like Roger Brown. Just like Roger fucking Brown. Not making the most of themselves. Being losers. Being losers. Be jealous. Be jealous and stay jealous. That's all I say. Fuckbags. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Stay jealous or not. I am, and I'm doing good for someone who's homeless. I'm in my truck. I live out of my truck. I live out of a small pickup truck. You scared that I might be a better nomad than any of you? Huh? That I'm the best at what I do when I do it? I studied a lot of you for a while. And this is the result. I studied you. And I studied Elvis. I studied everyone doing this nomad life. And now I'm doing it. I'm doing the nomad life, whether anyone likes it or not. I'm living like a nomad. Not even in an RV with a mattress. I'm not even using piss jugs because I think it's nasty. I just try to use public bathrooms as often as I can and wash up. I don't have this is a water jug. I have water underneath me. Water. If I need to use it for anything. I got a bunch of bottled water. So there. So there. Haters are gonna hate, I guess. But I could be better at this than all of you if I want to be. That's the thing. And I do it with class each and every time. Just because I have a few setbacks financially. Now that I'm not in motels, I can pay for some waxing now. I can do some things to take care of myself now. Without spending as much. No, you need help, asshole. You need help. Yeah, look at me with my mustache line for now, while it fucking lasts. Yeah, while it lasts, while it's still here, you need help, dick lick. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye, bitch, bye-bye. Bye-bye, bitch, bye-bye. Like my cut, like my warrior cut. I still got that warrior cut going. You like that, huh? You like that? Then I can cover it up. You see that right there? See how that is? I'm on live. I already waxed today. I already did it. I didn't put it on here. I put it somewhere else, though. Does it hurt? I didn't even get as much off as I thought. 24 strips. And I got some off. I did get some off, but I didn't achieve totally what I wanted to with it. I got all that gone. But I got to go in for an appointment where I have such coarse hair. I worried about this the whole time. I postponed it. Why do that? I'm one more step to stardom. But haters are gonna hate no matter what. Haters are gonna try to send people after you. No matter what. So it is what it is, but doesn't mean I can't fight it. I can fight anybody. They come at me. How you modded yourself? I don't know, but I'll take you off mod right now. How about that? I'm going to take you off and put you in timeout because I don't remember modding you. I don't remember modding you. So you're out of here, folks. Aldi 1K. You're going to get a timeout. I saw your comments enough here. You're out of here. You're out of here now. You got me unbuzzed. I might be a little slow on the uptake, but now you're out of here. Okay? Buddy. Buddy. By the way, this is a cheap cigar. It lasted a long ass time and it tastes friggin' good. The sun's going down so I can put that visor up. All that excess shit out of there. Smoking cigars in Denver, like I'm in Ybor City right now. I didn't think I'd ever see that day. A city that's known for pot and dispensaries. And here I am, like I'm in Ybor City right now, smoking. In the barrio. Saw someone get arrested earlier. And I'm hearing Malachi music right now. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not in bad spirits here around the Mexican people, because I'll tell you why. In Florida, everyone's racist, okay? In Florida, it's a given. The Hispanic people in Florida are very bad. And I base that on my experience. But when I came out to Colorado here, or just out west in general, just anyone I talk to in the western states who happen to be Hispanics, whether they're Texas, Colorado, California, they're a lot nicer than when you're east, actually, when you're on the East Coast or in Florida dealing with Hispanics. They're actually a lot nicer here. And they're more understand. Like out there, like a migrant worker woman would try to tell me, Senor, you can't use this bathroom. They would like try to say that to me in their own words. This is in the South. The most prejudiced Hispanic people are in the Southeast. The real ones are out here. Who, while they do speak Spanish, there are more Chicano out here, where they're a little more Americanized, but they still hang on to their culture, the good aspects of it, but they're more accepting out here, which I like. Judging by Colorado, there's a world of difference here between the Hispanics and the ones in Florida. So I am going to say that for the record. They're more welcoming here, even if they're kind of segregative or whatever. There's not like what you would call a hatred. Like even me being trans and stuff, I had more Mexican girls here smiling in my direction a bit more, being nicer, than when I was back east or Florida or whatever, South Carolina. That's what I found. The Hispanic people who went to South Carolina and Florida were heavily racist. But out here, they just kind of go with the flow. They're with their people, but there's not like that vibe of hatred like when I was in Florida. So I will say that for the record. They really are nicer in the western states. If anyone looks at me, it isn't mean. Once in a while, maybe someone, I was like, parked somebody yesterday, someone asked me for some change. I'm like, no, and they just kept going. They didn't hassle me. I don't hear any overbearing, loud music. And even if I do, they're not going to stay in one spot forever, bumping their bass all day and all night, or at least 6 hours a night. Like when I was in Florida, those fucking inconsiderate. I had to call the environmental protections on them. And there's a lot of noise out here too, between people racing and people blaring their stereos. But it doesn't bother me because it isn't one person staying in one spot making noise. So I could deal with noise. I just don't, if it's inevitable, if it's just going to happen and it's part of the environment. But when one person is acting like an asshole, blaring music in one spot and it happens to be under me, of course I'm going to be confrontational. Then I fucking hate it. But there's a lot of noise around here now, and I'm fine because it's sporadic. It's all different people making noise, so it's like a white noise almost. It's a white noise. A white noise isn't really that bad. And I'm sensitive to noise, but I'm more sensitive when people bang on the wall next to me. Like they do in motels. That's why I chose this. That's why I chose this. I had enough. Even though I might have had a comfortable bed. It's not comfortable when someone's banging on the wall next to you. Then you lose your focus. To those of you who need to hear that. And it's quiet around me. Someone could have blasted a boombox. Someone got arrested over there. There was some activity, but it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me. It's not like they're pounding next to me and I'm stuck in my room while they're stuck in theirs. And I'm like, this is horrible. They're making noise. I haven't made one noise complaint. I haven't had to even drive my truck away because the noise was loud. In fact, I was sleeping this morning. Some guy walked up to me and said, you could have got towed here. You can't sleep in here. You could have got towed. I'm surprised you actually didn't, It's really not allowed here. And here I was sleeping or whatever. So I moved my spot or whatever. Because I assume this guy will watch me again if I go to that same spot. So I got to really go around him if I go over there. Or not be sleeping there at the time that he's there. I could do it. But you just got to play it smart. That's all. You can go anywhere. You just got to play it smart. It depends on what time they get there too. That sort of shit. I could go back there though. Truthfully. Since I'm so new here, he probably knew that area very well, so I really couldn't argue him, Plus, where I'm already in a truck, it's like I have to expect the unexpected anyways here. See, I don't want to argue till the police have to come. I'm not some people. But I'll be back there. I'll fucking be back there, and he won't find me. You're just gonna be smart, that's all. Agree with them up front, but then just have it in the back. No, I'll go there again. He won't see me. That's all. That was a fluke. Because I spent so much time there, and no one came up to me until today. Tuesday. I was able to stay there overnight. No one told me overnight. So, who knows if he was trying to just dictate himself. But he probably knew the area better than me. He might have been a contractor because there was some construction workers in one of the plaza buildings, I guess. And then in that case, they kind of have authority at that point, I guess. Where I'm so new here. I gotta watch myself in some ways, too. So that's really what... If I knew the area and someone tried to give me shit, I would have gave him holy hell. But where I'm 4 days into this place, I'm like, okay, you gotta be a little smarter than that. For now. Pick your spots. You gotta be smart. Don't argue until the police show up and then argue with the police and argue with that person. Pick your spots. You'll be like, I'll be back. You'll just say, okay, I'll leave. And then he leaves. And I'm thinking to myself, I'll be back though. Bitch. That's how you gotta do it. That's how you gotta do it. Just gonna go where you suspect people won't give you shit. And take your chances. That's all. No, one person came up to me here. And I'll see how it is in the morning. That's all. Maybe I need a more heavily migrant-influenced area. So some white Karen won't come up to me. Apparently there was a white Karen over there. Enough white people where there's a Karen or two. I'm pretty sure where I'm at now there's not one Karen who's going to wake me up and tell me I have to leave. But either way, I'll be back over there. I'll be back over there again. So, I'll go where I feel like. But you got to be discreet. Because that person knows this area. I don't. He's been here a lot. So it's like, what are you going to do at that time? Just go. And then have it in the back of your mind that you're going to be back. Play it smart. Play it. Some people can't do that. If I argued him, he could have called the police right there. In fact, the supermarket kicked me out, and I just got my words in While I left, I didn't argue till the police got there, but I told them to go fuck themselves, and I gave them an imprint in their head of what I'm like. And it stayed with them the whole day. I can do that. Tasha can't do that. You gotta be smart doing this. So Tasha thinks she knows more than me. He, Robert Teeling, knows more than me. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. But enough of that. I'm not trying to prove nothing around here. Smoke of this. This is a cheap cigar, but it tastes real fucking good. These are seconds from premium brands. You hear the Fiesta over? Hear that? Gas 489, 489, 489 over here. Same as Nebraska. It's not, gas isn't very, very high in Colorado. But yet Oregon, it's $6 apparently. It's still relatively, it's under 5 here still in Denver. It's under 5. Under 5 here. In the Rocky Mountains. I see the Rocky Mountains from the city when I'm driving. It's fucking breathtaking. But damn, when you're on the freeway here, it's like LA and Portland. So it surprises me that gas is cheap by Western standards. What's gas in Austin? Austin, Texas, which is like comparable to Denver in size or whatever. What's gas prices in Austin, Texas, if anybody knows? Maybe it's the same. I don't know, but gas is pretty cheap. I'm not spending a lot of money here. Rents are higher where I'm at, but yet I should not be spending any money. Just my day-to-day things. It doesn't dig into my budget, though. A drink here, a drink there, bite to eat, waxing strips. Yet everything's expensive here, yet I'm happier. I'm happier doing this. Even if I don't I made a good contact on Sunday, a nice lady at a yard sale who came from LA. Said she might hook me up with a job when I get there because she worked for this company. So I might have a job in LA. Imagine that. So all that bad karma coming to me, all that bad karma that you people have that you hate coming to me is only going to liberate me. And it's going to get me in a higher position. I hope you realize what the fuck you do. No, I don't. Adele, I don't. Or I'm not watching the chat, really. Well, Rogue Mod, I got to take you off, huh? I don't know how you got modded. I think I modded everybody because, of Noodles. But you're coming off mod now. I decide. If I don't like you, I'm not going to mod you. But I'm going to mod people because Noodles has kicked them out. But then if I don't like you, I'm going to take you off mod. That's how it's going to go around here, motherfucker. That's how it's going to go. So now I'm looking at my comments because I'm in the stream. I haven't been reading the side chat. I'm talking because I'm buzzed and I'm smoking and I'm talking about life. So I'm not reading all the comments. But now I'm going to read them, okay? Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Adele. Thank you. I'm kind of blending it in Denver. So it should be a piece of cake in LA. Easier than here. By the way, there was a Hispanic cashier ringing me out when I bought this, okay? And she looked Italian a little bit. And I didn't get to compliment her because there was a guy behind me waiting. and stuff, and I had to get out of there or whatever. My God, she was like a hot tamale. She was a hot tamale, like fucking literally. She had like a shirt on, like a nice shirt. She had the big eyes, kind of a little bit. She was Hispanic, but she looked kind of Italian, too. I felt like she was like one of my kin in a way. So you just never know what you're gonna find sometimes. This one was a hot tamale, and I was thinking to myself, I'm an extra tall hot tamale, but this one is like a Latino hot tamale, but she looks Italian also. So I felt like she was kind of like my kin, believe it or not, because she had eyes kind of like an Italian person in a way. Well, they weren't like very slanty. But even then, some of those girls are still beautiful too. Some of those Mexican moms. But this one, I felt like this one had a little more of a connection. I could look in someone's eyes and I could tell sometimes. Oh. She kind of looked like my Dan Costa's aunt. She looked like Dan Costa's aunt. Dan Costa looks Latino and Jewish. He looks Jewish and Latino, both. Arab. Actually, someone saw me with him in a video when I was a white nationalist years ago, and they saw his picture, and they try to use that and say I'm in the Mossad because I'm next to him. That's an Arab, a Palestinian that Giovanni is with. Giovanni is the Mossad with the Palestinians. They thought I was Jewish. They didn't know what to think. They thought I was a Jew, yet they saw Dan who looked more Arab, and they're like, oh, Melton John. No, Giovanni is with the Mossad. They tried to come to their narrative because they saw me with Daniel talking, and they found that video when I was drinking a beer in Lowell, Mass with him, walking the streets and stuff, and they saw like, oh, Melton's with Giovanni's with the Mossad. Look at, and they circled Dan's face. They put a circle out. Look at that. That's a Palestinian he's with. So Dan was in the crossfires then with me a little bit. But Dan has stayed out of this stuff. He's stayed out of this stuff for the most part, except when he's come here once in a great while. And he'll tell people off, with me. Because Dan and I have known each other. I knew Dan when he was in diapers. Do you know that? When Dan was a little boy, I knew him. Totally. And I was visiting over their house and shit. I got stories. I'm not going to tell them all. But I have stories. For sure. So Dan has known me a long time. Todd Parker, why did I leave? Well, interests change. Things change. And then I found myself a bit and I realized I was a trans person. I didn't leave on a bad note. I didn't cuss anybody out. I just went my own way. Because some people thought I was paid anyway. They thought I was an informant when I was there. So it's like, I'm just going to say fuck this shit and I'm going to go. Simple. And I just found myself and spent some time away from there and found myself. I don't know what to say. I think I found the boy community and I just realized, wait a second. This is who I was supposed to be, because years ago, I was the androgynous when I came on YouTube. But then I went back into the closet when I moved with my fathers. I was, and all that. It's kind of complicated. I was like very young. I was like 20-something years old at the time. And my dad sees that kind of shit as a problem, He does deep down. Even though he didn't say a whole lot about it when I told him, he had a moment of silence and he was sulking to himself. Almost like, what did I do? It turns out my father likes Ron DeSantis in Florida, too. Or at least back at the time when I was there. But then he had to kind of think about it when I told him there was a housing problem over there. In the state where that government is. Am I related? No, why? Some people think I'm related to John Camillo. I've gotten that one. Yeah, but DeSantis is going to be a disaster. I mean, vote for him if you want to end society. By all means, vote for him if you think he can, but not because he's good. Come on. Vote for him if you think it's a suicide vote. That's all I could say. If you're aiming for suicide votes, DeSantis is the one to vote for. Yeah. But don't vote for him because you think he's good. That would be stupid. In my eyes. He's going to get the popular vote over Trump. I see this coming. I see this coming. For sure. I gotta charge my phone. That's right, I've been charging my phone in my truck too. That's all I got. Right here. I have a strong battery. Everything's good on this truck. Pour some sugar on me in the name of hate. Pour some sugar on me. No sugar tonight in my coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea. No sugar to stand beside me. No sugar to run with me. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Your footsteps in my mind. I can feel it. I can't find. No sugar tonight in my coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea. No sugar to stand beside me. No sugar to run with me. La da da da. Na 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 na. Yeah, exact. Get the hint. Sugar. Pour some sugar on me in the name of hate. What am I referencing right now? Who am I referencing? Who said something about sugar? Who said something about sugar? Fucking me up. Fucking my truck up with sugar. No sugar tonight in my coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea. No sugar. No sugar tonight in my gas tank. No sugar tonight anywhere. No sugar tonight. No sugar anytime. Except what's fermented in this right now. No sugar any other time. I love that song, No Sugar Tonight. That's one of my favorites. There's a new Mother Nature, take it over. There's a new lady comes and goes. It's all, get us all. Burton Cummings was friggin' awesome. Chris Cornell was like the new century Burton Cummings. Burton Cummings was the closest thing to Chris Cornell for his time. Just like Clutch was like I Am Butterfly in the 90s. The grunge music derived from old music, whether people know it or not. The Guess Who is great. Torchy Blame, $5 in the name of no sugar tonight. No sugar going anywhere. Sugar can stay away. Sugar's bad, except when I drink my coffee once in a while. But no sugar tonight in the evening. No sugar tonight in the middle. Only sugar in the morning, but not sugar in the evening. Except if I eat a donut. Because I'm hungry. I don't fucking know. Fucking around here. Now it's so quiet here. It's like it's serene. And yet someone got arrested here not long ago. And there's no one here. Hardly anyone here. Just a liquor store open. Maximus, what's up? Patel, hey, Patel, are you someone from the motel who's stalking me? Ramadesh Patel, are you someone in one of the motels that I friggin' rented to? Answer me that, Ramadesh Patel. What motel is your family affiliated with? You own the motels, don't you? Aren't you someone at the motel desk? You following me now on my YouTube channel, right? Somewhere where I stayed in a hotel motel. You are! Oh my fucking god, a Patel from a motel is following me right now. Has to be the only thing I can think of. Kill all my cows? I don't kill cows. What the fuck are you talking about, you Devadasi? You're a male Devadasi. That's what you are, a male Devadasi. A culture that should stay forbidden. It should stay in the dark. Because it's abhorrent. I don't like women who are slaves. I don't like when women are slaves. I don't like when women are forced into sex slavery. But it seems normal with the Devadasi, so they need to stay in the dark. They need to stay in the dark. Just like when people down Roma gypsies, they hate Roma gypsies so bad. But what about the Devadasis? Aren't they devilish too? Roma gypsies travel a lot like I'm traveling. All around. I'm like a Roma gypsy. But to me, Roma gypsies are much more acceptable because they have some dignity at least. Even though they are gypsies, they have dignity. More than the traveling Irish do. The traveling Irish are the biggest scumbag gypsies. I know from experience, but Roma gypsies, they sell their items, they travel and they sell their items. But I don't think they scam people, though. The traveling Irish scam people, literally. The traveling Irish are the worst. But yet people want to blame the brown skin nomad for everything. Mick Trash, exactly. But yet they want to make the brown skin Roma gypsies look bad when it's really the traveling Irish who are the biggest scumbags. I bet you Tasha's from the traveling Irish. But her family might not be, but I'm sure it's in the lineage. I'm sure Tasha's got that traveling Irish DNA in them. As well as Carrie. Traveling Irish. Because you know the truth? You look at me. I'm not white, okay? I lean more toward brown. Wouldn't anyone agree? And I'm treated like a brown person in society. I am treated like a brown-skinned person. Just like walking down Rodeo with the shark, and they wouldn't have seen a brown-skinned man if their grandparents filed what? And now I'm going down Rodeo with the shark. God, they didn't see a brown-skinned man since their grandparents got one. I'm brown. And I get treated like it, too. You know? I'm not white. Does anything about me look white, really? Do I look white? I mean, really. At the end of the day. But the real gypsy scum are the traveling Irish. Although when you see someone like Tyson Fury, okay? Tyson Fury. He's a fighter and he wins all his matches. That's why he looks a little bit better. But the people he come from, I'm telling you right now, they're really not good. He's one of the lucky ones. He got into fighting, you know, and he's made it big. But a lot of his people are not, though. That's the thing. They rip people off quite a bit. Albanians make pizza and they pass themselves off as Italian. But Albanians are in the pizza industry. Ash, they make pizza. Italian pizza. And you think it's from an Italian, but it's really an Albanian making your pizza. That's really the truth. I look like an Orthodox Jew. Well, thank you. I am a psychiatrist, don't forget. Remember Solomon? Solomon Lipschitz? Solomon Lipschitz. Yes. Yes, I'm Solomon Lipschitz. Yes. I've been reported about your channel. And Michelle Marie Delaney. Oh, yeah. I did like a routine on there. Solomon. Hippie social worker Bill Kozlowski. Yeah, hippie social worker, Jewish. I played that character on Yahoo Chat a long time ago. Bill Kozlowski. Hippie social worker. See, I do it in good fun when I play a character. I'm not malicious. I did the hippie social worker, and I try to counsel people in Yahoo Chat. That's the kind of shit. The stuff they're doing on Michelle Marie Delaney's, I did in Yahoo Chat years ago. This is why it's so funny to me watching the phone calls over there. Because I did this shit in Yahoo Chat. I was like, hi, yes, I'm hippie social worker. Hi, my name's Bill. I'm the social worker assigned to the chat room, and I see that a lot of people have problems, and you're one of them. Do you care to describe more in depth about your issues? I don't need a social worker. Well, I think you need a social worker. That's the type of stuff that I did. Funny stuff. At the same time that I did a right-wing radio type of segment, not online, but voice recorded, where I talked about picking up hitchhikers and how you could be picking up a creep. I was funny. I was entertaining, at least, when I did it. I wasn't a lame knob. I was funny as fuck. And people had to laugh when they heard me, because I'm funny as fuck. I'm a funny person. I can be funny, even if people hate me. 50% of the people are gonna hate me, and 50% of the people are gonna love me. That's what you call a good, funny asshole. You can't be a lame asshole. You know what I'm saying? You can't. You gotta be funny, where 50% of the people like you at least. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I had a good chat there. I don't have to get all wound up and angry. This is the kind of chat I like to run. This is typically the chat I like to run. All right. If you have a time for the I could. With my intelligence, the older I get, my intelligence gets better the older I get. Let me tell you something. This thing lasted a while. Camo 900. It's become one of my new favorites. Because I haven't seen it. I see it here, though. Portland had a lot of camo, too. I didn't see this one, though. This comes out of Las Vegas, Nevada. It's out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but the corporate headquarters are in Las Vegas. Reseda? That would be great. That's Daniel LaRusso's, and I could be practicing karate over there. Maybe I'll stop breaking boards when I'm in Reseda. Officially breaking hard boards. Which I haven't done yet. Hard ones. You gotta get a weak point in a very hard board, and you gotta just swipe it and fucking kill that board. There's a trick to killing those boards, you know. The big ones that are very tough. I can break hard ones, just not hard ones. I can break like not really barefoot with a sandal. I could though. I could break like one of those ones. They're not real easy, but they're not hard either. So I have gotten into a little bit, but when I go to Reseda, I'll probably stop breaking boards. I'll stop breaking boards when I go to Reseda. I will be the next 41-year-old Daniel LaRusso. I might even be mistaken for him. A trans Daniel LaRusso. Wouldn't that be wild? Wouldn't that be wild? I gotta go to Reseda, though. I'll probably camp out in Reseda. I would actually camp out in Reseda. It's like this area that I'm in now. The areas I go to are like Reseda. People don't realize the areas I go to are like Reseda where Daniel LaRusso lived, Karen. Whether I was in South Carolina, when I was in Columbia, South Carolina, I saw areas they reminded me of Stand and Deliver and The Karate Kid. Even in the Deep South. And remember those videos I did outside when I was sitting down drinking beer in Columbia? Remember those? And the area had a roughness around it and stuff. Some of it looked like Reseda, I thought, but more black people. But still kind of like Reseda. With the looks of it. And I was reminded a little bit of Stand and Deliver, just again with more black people, but like Stand and Deliver, like the building, they needed maintenance. The maintenance guy might have been black. It had a speech impediment, but I'm like, yeah, the toilet's shaking a little bit. Can you fix the toilet? Just look at the toilet for me, that's all. Because I need a little maintenance in this room where I'm staying here. And then he checked it out, right? Well, it doesn't look like I could totally, it don't look like I could totally fix it, but it's better than what it was. But better than what it was. With a speech impediment, kind of like an African-American speech impediment. You could say. I didn't go to high school in Portland. Why? Why? Why do you ask if I go to high school? Do I seem like someone who went to high school in Lake Oswego or something? Or West Lynn? Do I seem like one of those types? Do I seem preppy? I mean, why do you ask me if I went to high school in Portland? What high school do you have in mind? What high school would you see me go to if I went to high school in Portland? That's what high school would I have went to if I went to high school in Portland? What high school would fit me most? Gresham? Maybe Gresham, right? Maybe Gresham, because Gresham was like the rough side of the tracks, but I liked Gresham, actually. I kind of liked Gresham when I was over there. Gresham was like my favorite neighborhood. Meanwhile, everyone would say, oh no, don't go to Gresham. Gresham stinks. Gresham is this. Gresham is that. I go to Gresham. I liked Gresham. That was one of the few areas I actually liked Gresham, believe it or not. It looked old and dated. Some of Vancouver, Washington looked old and dated too. I kind of liked the looks of Vancouver, Washington kind of when I was there. I kind of did like the looks of it over there. In some parts. I'm like, Vancouver, Washington. Northeastern United States, but if you're going to compare me and say I went to a high school in Portland, would it be Northeast Portland? Would it be Northeast Portland by chance? That's my question to you. I do seem preppy, really? It's funny because I did wear preppy clothes sometimes, but I also wore grungy clothes in a preppy environment. And someone told me, I was the type, I wore grungy clothes in a preppy environment, but I wore preppy clothes in a gangster environment. So I played around a bit with style. I was the preppy person in a thug kind of school with juveniles. I decided to wear preppy clothes and I would be a villain. Just not trying to be. It just happened that way. I would wear preppy clothes in an environment where everyone else wasn't like me. But in a preppy environment, I looked grunge. And I was told by some special needs Italian kid, nobody wears that shirt. I'm like, why? I mean, look at you. It looks kind of like, it looks like hickish next to some of the kids. Because I wore grunge when I was in a preppy environment. I had the open flannel with the t-shirt. I looked like Seattle completely when I was in a preppy town. I looked like I was from Seattle, literally. I had grunge. I had a beard. I had a flannel open. But then when I went to a school with more juvenile delinquents, I wore preppy clothes and I was more cleaner. But I wore Slipknot shirts too, though. The rich kid's school was Lincoln. I played around with style in fact, you know what I did? I got some For Us By Us clothes for real cheap. And I went to class one day mocking the gangsta Waterbees that I was talking robotics in English class. I'm like, I got these clothes real cheap, okay? So I figured I'd play a joke. I would go into school like these kids. I wore FUBU and baggy jeans because I got them cheap at this place called Building 19, which is a warehouse, and they had discount things. So I got this big ass FUBU shirt, and I acted like them, and I outdid them. I was writing a paper in a box like BCUZI was WUZ. I was like totally, I wrote an English paper in Ebonics, or I suggested doing so to the teacher. When I wore those clothes, it's like my personality changed briefly. Because they weren't clothes I wore, but because so many were, I wore them into class, and I outdid them at their own friggin' game. Startup, remember the pullovers? The Charlotte Hornets pullover and the Orlando Magic pullover starters? Remember those? You pulled them over and they had a zipper just on the first half up the top. They were a pullover. Yeah, I remember them. The pullover ones, if you remember those. Or remember Z Cavarici? Remember Z Cavarici? Fila Italia? Fila Italia and Z Cavarici were other ones. I remember them. Tommy Hilfiger. I was a prep. I kind of was a prep. I tried hiding it, but I really kind of was a prep in a way. I tried hiding it. Like in a preppy environment, I wore grunge clothes, and I might have been hiding it in a weird way. I looked rednecky, kind of grunge rednecky in a preppy environment. I didn't look like everyone else, but deep down, I knew how to dress preppy though, for damn sure, and I did when the time was right. I'll tell you that. So I was everything. The freaks didn't know what to do with me. The jocks were the friendliest people to me. Actually, the jocks were the friendliest. The freaks were segregationists even more than the jocks. You know how you see the movies Revenge of the Nerds and the jocks were the mean ones? But in real life, the jocks were the nicer kids. The hockey players were the cooler kids and the football players, but the hockey kids were the coolest. The hockey kids were actually the coolest. I'll tell you right now. I made friends with the hockey kids relatively easy. I'll say that right now. The hockey kids. And, but the nerds were very segregationist. They were not like Revenge of the Nerds. They were segregationists and they were uptight. They looked down on people who weren't like them. Even the Indian nerds would snarkily laugh if someone wasn't as smart as them. Like this kid was 3 maths ahead of me or something. And I'm like, I'm starting physical science as a junior, which was a freshman class. And I wanted to see what this Indian kid would say. I'm starting physical science as a junior. Could you believe? And then he was like, I see. I see. So the nerds was snarkier than the jocks. It was not like Revenge of the Nerds, where they all seemed fun-loving. No, in real life, it was not that way. It was not that way. All right? It wasn't that way. PacSun. I used to go to PacSun. I got the Pacific West Coast flannels. I got those. I got those. This place is quiet now. There's not even a peep out here. This is where the scene of the cops were, okay? Look. And this is what it looks like now. It looks like that right now. There's nothing going on. Absolutely nothing. It's quiet. I'm sitting in here living in my truck. Living in my truck, trying to keep as clean as I can. Because you know what I decided to do? I'm going to get a gym membership when I'm going to stay somewhere. I don't think I'm going to stay in Denver long term, but I'm enjoying it while it lasts. I did meet a woman at a yard sale, though. Nice lady. Very nice lady. She comes from Southern California, so that was like a side right there. I asked her, are you a Colorado native? You know, she says to me, hell no. I'm from Southern California. I'm like, oh, that explains why you're cool there. That's what I said to her. But anyways, yeah. I really think if I grew up in LA, I would have digged it. I really would have digged it. But I came from Boston, the rival city from LA, and I was a Celtics. It could have been the shoe could have been on the other foot easily though. It could have been on the other foot if circumstances were different. I could have been all LA, really. But Boston was the area I grew up in. Hemp necklaces. You're talking, that's more Colorado, though, really. The Pacific Somewhere thing could have actually been Colorado, in actuality. In fact, when I was in high school, the accent was neutral. There wasn't a Boston accent where I went to high school. Actually, anyone who talked in a heavy Boston accent would get laughed at because it was a more educated transplant or educated Massachusetts environment. It wasn't a working class environment where I went to high school. So here I was, I had a heavy accent and I wore grunge clothes. What do you think they thought of me? What do you think they thought of me? You know? But where I went to school, if you had a heavy accent and you were working class, you would get like literally like even a working class type kid who did a lot of drugs mocked me like, "Wow, what are you doing?" Well, I'm gonna go there. I'm like, why are you talking like that for? Like, why are you like talking like that? And my like, that's how you talk, Nacho. That's how you talk. And as abrasive as this guy was, and possibly racist, and possibly all this other shit, he was like a comedy act. He was like a clown. He was kind of like Harold a little bit. I laughed when he talked. He cracked me up so fucking much. I could never get angry at the guy, even if he was trying to insult me. Because there were times he would actually admit, my nickname is Sped Boy. You know? Like he broke down one time and said his nickname was Sped Boy. And I know he didn't want to tell me that at the time. He was calling me Nacho and trying to berate me. But I got him at a time when he actually admitted to me, my nickname is Sped Boy. So deep down, he was an okay kid, but he tried to front and try to act like he was bullied. Nacho Grande, stop waking me up. I'm trying to sleep. Because I knew he'd get aggravated, so I knocked on the back of his seat when he was sleeping. I was like, I was a pest when I wanted him. He's like, Nacho Grande, if you don't stop doing that, I'm going to fuck your shit up. And I was like laughing at him because he was just so funny when he was talking. See, that's the shit. I wasn't like, dude, I wasn't no bitch ass. I was funny when I was in high school. I might not have been in the coolest kid club, but at least I was funny and people knew I was there. At the very least. I wasn't some quiet. I mean, there was a time I was a quiet kid in the corner, but I didn't want to do that forever. So I started talking and I just was funny if I had to at least be something. You know what I'm saying? We used to do. Yeah, Nacho Grande was a nickname of mine. So then this kid was talking to me like I was off the boat and like a wetback. A friend of theirs, Nacho Grande, can I have a burrito, man? And he was like spazzing out to me and I had to laugh. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, what? Like, Nacho Grande, can I have a burrito, man? He was a friend of the person who started the whole Nacho Grande thing, and he was just kind of rolling with it when he saw me or something. I had some funny moments. I had some real funny moments. As depressing as high school was for me, I tried to make it worthwhile. As best as I could. But it sucked. It was hard meeting friends. It was. And people knew who I was, though, after a while. I made sure of that. Especially the small of the school. They all fucking knew me. Ooh, we had the whole school gang up on me one time, too. Because I was all of a sudden the heel, or the one they didn't like, and they appointed me as the one they didn't like. the head cheerleader booed me down the hallway. When she started booing, she was a very vocal, pretty, but bitchy, and like very vocal and talked way too much. And she booed, her name was Melinda Brady. And she booed me down the hallway. When she started booing, everyone who was a friend behind her were like, boo, boo, like I was Donald Trump or something, and the leftists were going at him. These kids were booing me like I was the establishment or something. They were booing me. So, and I think they later turned into Trump supporters, but back at that time, they booed me down the hallway as if I was the establishment because I wasn't a Whig, and I didn't go along with everything they did. You see what I'm saying? So they booed me down the hallway, and I looked at them all, and I didn't know, I couldn't really fight the whole gang, but I was looking at them like, yeah, you keep fucking booing me. Yeah, you keep fucking booing me, I said to them all. So I was bullied too. I was attempted bullied. Absolutely I was. No question. When they booed me down the hallway, don't you think that's bullying? When a whole group, a head cheerleader, starts booing and then all her friends stop booing at you when she starts doing it? She was doing like a cheerleader routine, only she was booing me and not, hey, 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 let's go to show Batek, let's go. She instead was going to the dark side, booing somebody like me, and then everyone followed her. But it turns out she's like a mother of 2 kids when I checked her Facebook nowadays. But I'm like, I would have never guessed back. It's like, Christ, if that person matured. But people mature, but some people don't mature, I guess you could say. But back then, she was like a total loon. And she was like a rival of the head cheerleader of the regular high school, too. She was a rival of a girl named Erica. Okay, Erica, who was Italian-American, but this girl was Irish. And she hated this girl named Erica Mulatto. Hated her. But I didn't get along with either of them, by the way. I looked at them both like they were the same. They were too much the same. And I think they were friends when they were little, but then they developed a rivalry and they hated each other. Then they ended up going to separate schools. Melinda Brady, who was as Irish as, like Tom Brady, and then Erica Mulatto. They were Irish and Italian, but they ended up hating each other. One was a head cheerleader of the high school, the public high school, and the other one was the cheerleader for the tech school, which was Brady. By the way, the tech school had a worse sports program. So it wasn't a winning school next to the one that I went to. I remember things like that. I fucking remember things. And I got stories. You never know what you're going to hear on one of my live streams. If I'm in natural form, not getting angry, and I can tell a story. I love how this live stream, this has been a great live stream. I love how this actually went. I could actually talk, be myself, and tell the story. Like I only know how to tell the story. Plus you witnessed someone getting arrested earlier. That was entertainment, right? That was entertainment, and I still got this can right here, open container. Haven't even drove. Still got the key on the dashboard. All right, I'm going to end the stream, and I got to charge my phone. It's been a good night. Anyone have anything last thing to say? I might run it for 5 more minutes. I'll be right back, though. Hold on a second. I got to throw this out. I got to take a piss, throw some trash out. Hold on. What do I get for trash here? See, I got trash I got to throw out here. See this? I keep extra trash in my side compartment here, my side door. I can't believe how much fun I'm having for someone in a like what you would think of as a destitute situation. Feeling safe in a neighborhood that some people would not feel safe in, probably. And yet it's quiet as hell. There's no one even here. Everyone's leaving. I'll have a nice night's sleep over here tonight. I'll tell you that. I won't be interrupted in the morning over here. I'll say that from an undisclosed location. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be right back. This is ownage of all my haters. This stream proves that I can own everybody if I really fucking want to. Be right back. Hold on. Hold on. Be right back. It's just safety measures. I gotta take the key because just in case. I'm not gonna let my guard down too much, even though no one's around. Get my purse. I forgot my purse. We go get another one. I'm back. What's been going on? Anything? Alright, I'm back. You know what I got today? Kind of expensive. A Seagram spiked blue raspberry. That's right. Seagram spiked blue raspberry. Okay, I'll get all these beers. This is my spot now. I want to stay in this freaking spot. I mean, if I want to go to the bathroom, I can do it in privacy. I can freaking go to the bathroom in privacy here. There's a nice private section in the back. Wow. I found a better spot. That guy kicking me out of that spot this morning, I think was the best thing that happened. Because I found a better spot. See how that goes sometimes, folks? See how that goes? Don't argue and fight. Ask why. But that's it. Here it is. Seagram's spiked. Blue Raz. 8%. This one's yummy too. I love this one. This is a great drink. Seagram Spiked Blue Raz. Highly recommend. It's the best one of the series. It's like you're drinking a Slurpee. It's like you're drinking a Slurpee when it's cold. And yet it's got 8% alcohol. I mean, really. What more can you ask for? There we go. Huh? 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 Yeah. Let's play some music, huh? We gotta play more music. This is an eventful night. I'm celebrating. I'm just starting my whacking process. I moved to a better spot in the city now. This is a great fucking spot, dude. I ain't showing anyone where it is. But you all hate when I'm having fun. The haters are gonna hate, like usual. See what I'm saying? Dude. Alright, so yeah. What am I in the mood for here? Let's see. Betty Severt. Atta girl. I love Betty Severt. Betty Severt. Listen to this. This is a mesmerizing album right here. This one last mistake I made. One last step I take. One last one break ahead. Life is just a piece of cake. One last mistake I made. One last step I take. One last time I take. Life is just a piece of cake. Beautiful sunset. If you see that in the background. Colorado's weird in the way that so many people act like jerks on the road. They try to race others. They try to speed at the lights. But then in person, some people are very nice here too. It's like an updated Nebraska. Like if Nebraska got more people maybe and they legalized pot. And they got the mountains. That's kind of what Colorado is. It's still the plains. They just got bigger mountains. I even said to someone before, like when I hiked, I didn't hike mountains. I hiked like the Nebraska hills when I was there. I hiked up. Remember those urban hiking in Nebraska I did? I'm like, here I am in the Rocky Mountain City right now. I don't hike big mountains. I don't smoke pot, yet I'm here for some reason. So it's kind of funny how things go, where you go. And I'm not even going to take a hit. And yet cannabis is everything. Dispensaries, they're off the hook over here. No doubt. And I bash pot smokers too, or I have. And yet I'm here. That's what's funny. I laugh at life. Life is a big troll. Life is a big troll. I'm telling you. If I was to get in a conversation with someone here and I say how I don't smoke pot, I do cigars instead, and I really think pot is bad. I haven't had that conversation here, but it'd be funny what would happen if I did. I often think about that. It'd be funny. Just to think about. Funny. I don't know. In a rut in a dark place, jury. Looking for something. Like my bracelet? Like that? It's pretty, ain't it? I didn't even pay anything for it. I got it as a free inclusion with something I got, actually. You and me and the devil makes three. It's all about three, right? Losing, you're not a second fiddle. I paid all my dues and I'm not a second fiddle at all. In this world, atta girl. I love this song. One of my favorites. You're not a second fiddle and you paid for your place in this world. Even if I had to get funded, still, I had such a tough life, it kind of makes sense if I'm looked at that way. I have to struggle through life. But I don't feel like life's too much of a struggle, despite the fact that I have to find public bathrooms to wash up in. I mean, I'm free in a lot of ways. I feel free. I didn't think I'd feel free like this. With all my shit on my truck bed and on my person, risking it. Someone could steal from me. Nobody's tried. They feel a vibration with my vehicle. They don't touch anything. Yeah, they don't touch anything. It's like I have 50 guns the way nobody touches anything. It's funny how that works, isn't it? None of my shit gets taken, and I just have that Makarov. Okay? Yet nobody takes anything from my truck. It's all in its place. Okay? It's as if I have 50 guns spiritually, because nobody fucks with my vehicle. Nobody takes anything from back there. I've been blessed totally traveling the country. No one has attempted to take anything from me. Even in Columbia, South Carolina, I left my purse behind at a supermarket. You know what happened? Someone returned it to the front. In an area that was was an alright area, but it was near some not so good areas or whatever. You know, anyone could have taken it. Someone returned it to the front. They didn't even take the cash out of it. And then I go back. I'm like, I forgot this. Oh, is this it right here? Someone turned it in. So traveling the country, I've had nothing stolen. Absolutely nothing. And I've left some stuff in the back. I've left it in bags during the rainy season. And now everything's exposed, not in bags, because I went to where it didn't rain. And I didn't want to go through all that work and bag it up. Like when I went to Indianapolis when it was fucking snowy and sleet. I traveled this country when it was snowing and it was sleeting. And now it's warm and I'm still traveling the country. Having a blast. Having the time of my fucking life. And you haters are gonna hate. That's how it goes. I'm gonna remember this for life. I'm gonna remember Denver for life. I've seen a lot here in 4 days. I'm gonna remember this for life. I've made memories in the last 4 fucking days. Got thrown out of my place in Omaha. It looked very bad, but you know what? Things are working out slowly. And I'm on the up and up. I'm going up from here. I'm not getting arrested. I'm an OG. I'm the best of the best. I'm top quality standard. I don't care what anyone wants to say. I know what I am. Whether I'm not all there in some ways, I'm all there more than you fucking think. And I take the attitude like I am winning. And like I know something's wrong with all of you. Or maybe not, you know. But like all of some group. And I come in and I take charge because that's what I do. Even if I'm inexperienced. I know enough because I've been following. Even if I wasn't living it, I've been following. You don't know me. A lot of you don't know me. What I know, or whatever. Yeah, it was good, huh? Vietnamese. I got that on my EBT, too. EBT. They took EBT. And I got a lot of EBT money right now. So I'm thrilled. I'm having the time of my life now because I don't have to pay money to motels. I might be roughing it, but I don't have to pay fucking no $385 a week anymore. I'll sacrifice not showering and lotioning up if it means I'm going to save some money in this. And I'm a very clean person, too. I'm amazed I'm going this long without a shower. I usually freak out when I don't shower for a while. And yet here I am. It's tough to shave. It's tough to do anything. So now I have to wax. I'm put in a position now where I have to wax everything because I can't go to a bathroom and shave. And it's for the better. I'm going to be looking more beautiful now. To the haters' demise. I'm still flossing my teeth. I'm still brushing my teeth. But I don't have access. I'm much cleaner than Roger Brown. And I haven't had a shower in 4 fucking days. And I'm much cleaner than that son of a bitch. So see what I'm saying? Ouija, you love the show. I know you love the show. You love all of it. I know. You're an observer. Okay? You say what you gotta say anyway. Ouija Loke is funny as fuck. Ouija Loke is the man. Although I wish I knew what Ouija Loke looks like. Because he could talk in IM. He talks in private if you write him. But I've never seen what this guy looks like. Ever. I'm curious, is he a fat guy? Is he a skinny guy? Is he a millionaire? Who doesn't give any money, but is he... I don't know what he is. I don't know what he is. Honestly. Who is Ouija Loke, really? He's a juggalo. But that picture is someone from Insane Clown Posse. Is that picture you? Are you really someone in the Insane Clown Posse? Because I got this picture of you like you are. I don't know if you're someone in the Insane Clown Posse who just fucks around in these chats over here. Or if you're just someone not in the ICP. I don't know, you could be someone in the ICP. I don't know. Ouija Loke is a mystery. I don't know who the hell this guy really is. But yet he manages to be funny as hell. Oh, Ouija Loke! I got something to fucking tell you. Before I knew what a juggalo was, before I even knew, my cousin who became a cop in Boston, okay, called me Violent J when I was young. He followed music. He liked stuff like American Hi-Fi. He liked Big Wreck, that song. Remember Big Wreck, that song? My cousin who became a cop talked to me about music. He was into music. And he knew ICP before I knew of it. And he called me Violent J. And this guy became a cop. He's a cop for the city of Boston, yeah. And he called me Violent J when I was young. Because I called myself Jay instead of John. I wanted to be called Jay at one point. You know? Jay could have been anything. Jay could have been gender neutral. Jay could have been Jay. I mean, Jill's called Double J. I mean, Jay was just Jay. Maybe that was my trans coming out of gender neutrality and I didn't know it. I wanted to be called Jay instead of John. Like Jaybird. Like Jaybird, you know? Like that. And then everyone started calling me Jay. Just like now, I want to be called Joanne. People are going to call me Joanne. If they respect that, you know? Or Joan. Joanne or Joan. You know? I have an aunt Joan, too. Jay can be a lot. You're right, Jay can be a lot. And I didn't even realize. I didn't even know what trans was at that time either. But I'm like, I'd rather be called Jay than John. And I think that had something to do with it. And I didn't know it. Before trans was even mentioned in society. I wanted to be called Jay and not John. And Jay can be a lot. Jay can be a girl. Jay can mean Blue Jay. Like the Toronto Blue Jays. You know? So, people don't know as much about me as they think they know. I have a deep history with life. I mean, you know. And I'm steering this at this taqueria here. I'm tempted to go here. I don't know if I want to go to this taqueria or go to this other place where the Mexican food is super cheap. I went to this Mexican food. I got a taco for $1.40 yesterday. $1.40. I saw this sign that says tacos $1.40 for takeout. I'm like, I'll get a taco for takeout, even though you could eat it. I'm like, hey, it's so cheap. I'll just say, hey, I'll take a taco for takeout. And I sat on a curb and I ate it. And then the women in there were nice too. Like the woman at the register called me sweetie and everything. Like they were nice. And then the girl who was like busting the tables or something said, yeah, like, yeah, we're pretty cheap here, especially seeing that things have gone up. We've stayed the same. I'm like, oh, wow, I got to get a full lunch in here. She's like, yeah, try our enchiladas. They're really good. So I'm debating either going there or I got this fucking taqueria here staring me in the face. And then I got that place. I don't know where I'm going to go. And it's kind of a tough decision. I got this other taqueria staring me in the face, and I got that place over there. I guess I'll ask them their lunch prices or something. I don't know. This is a great camp out spot. I think I picked the best spot. I can't see myself being hassled here and being told to move. It just seems more chill over here. There's a bakery, a liquor store. Yeah. Not a grocery store. I got enough already, though. You know what I got? If I really want to have it, I didn't get bread because I didn't want to put too much in here. But I got some, I went to the grocery store. I got, hold on a sec here. What did I get today? Wait. Shit, where did it go? Oh, I went Safeway in a whole other part of town. So I go to the good grocery stores, even if they're not around here. I still take the food with me, you know. But I went to Safeway here, right? You know what I got here? Look at this. And if I get hungry tonight, I could have one if I need a sugar fix. 12 donuts for $5.99. 12 donuts. 12 donuts for $5.99. I got those. Because what can I do here? I can't cook. I really can't even heat ramen in the microwave. I got that. So what I could do, I got corned beef from Safeway. $4.99 for this can of signature corned beef right here. Corned beef in the can. I'm not making stir fry with corned beef, but I'm making corn like slingshot warrior. But I'm gonna slice it for sandwich. I'm gonna prepare it on the roof of my truck, and I'm gonna cut it in a container, and I'm gonna just put it in a sandwich. Stuff that I can eat when I'm in here, you know, corned beef, and I got donuts. That's pretty much the extent of my groceries today. 12 donuts and a can of corned beef. Right there. I gotta get bread, though. I didn't want to get it today, though. Because, you know. I'm full. I'm pretty much full here. I got bags and bags and boxes. But yet I can recline enough back if I need to. I'm doing the hardest thing ever. I'm living out of a small truck. This is the hardest thing ever. I'm beating Tasha. I'm beating Elvis Travels at this. I might even be beating Molasses Murphy. None of my stuff is in storage. I have it all in the back right here. I'm hiding it just enough. I'm doing what I need to do. The weather's nice. It doesn't rain very much. And if it rains, it's a little bit. It doesn't soak all my stuff long term. It ends up drying. So, it is what it is. Listen to this song. This is a nice nocturnal melody right here. Sounds like James Bond, doesn't it? Like Timothy Dalton in The Living Daylights. Remember that movie? The Living Daylights? Dreamer. All your trot aches away. Dream all your heartaches away. Betty Savert. Hold on. Atta girl. Pretty, ain't she? I found a coyote today. Dude, listen to this. I walked along a train wreck because I had to find a place to take a leak. So I went down the train tracks rather, so people wouldn't see me. I went a little far out. But I saw a coyote as I was pissing. Something that looked like a cat and a dog. That's a coyote, right? If it looks like a cat and a dog combined. And this thing looked at me, but when I came closer, it would go away. But yet as I left, it would peek its head out again, like it was curious about me. A coyote. I found a coyote today. I was like 2 coyotes. And they were hiding. But they wanted to see me too. It looked like a cat and a dog. And I think it was it's a coyote if it's a mix between a cat and a dog, right? It looks kind of like a cat, but it's like a dog too, you know? It's got like that long nose, but it has the cat ears, you know, like, but it looks like a Welsh corgi too, kind of thing. Well, in that case, I found a coyote today. 2 of them. They were wild animals. They weren't Maine Coons, they weren't dogs, and they weren't cats, but they looked kind of like a hybrid. I think that's a coyote, if I'm not mistaken. I found 2 of them, if that be the case. And they looked at me, and when they saw I wasn't too threatening, they poked their heads out. One of them tried to come closer, but then when I got closer, they went back into their hole. But they kept coming out. They were. Yes. I think it was ASMR to them. That's what I think. When I was doing that, it was like ASMR. I think so. So then I left, but I kept talking to them after. Maybe if they could smell that far, I don't know. But I must have smelled good because they kept poking their head out. looking for me when I was leaving, and I kept turning around like, "Hey, you had your chance to talk to me. Why are you coming out now? I gotta go." I'm like, "I gotta go." Literally, like why you like I'm going down the road. It's it. I mean, why are you looking at me now? Like like when I came close to you, head now you're back out again. It was almost like they were trying to troll me, but they were trying to get close to me too. I think in their own weird way. But coyotes, they typically don't make noise. They're quiet. These were quiet animals. They were quiet. They weren't making any noise, but they look like a dog and a cat. They look like a combination. That's a coyote, isn't it? I haven't looked at what a coyote looked like recently or an example. But that was a coyote, right? Let me confirm if that was a coyote. Because they look like dogs and cats combined, don't they? And they don't make a lot of noise. It was they were two coyotes then. Yep. They were curious about me. They kept coming out when I left and they kept looking on. They know I talked to them. They heard me pissing. It must have been ASMR. A fox. Maybe a fox. Yeah, could be. I think they might have been a fox. Either a fox or a coyote. Two of them. And they were going between different boxed, I don't know what they were, containers. They had like 4 containers and they were going in between them, but they were coming back out as I was leaving. Then I got closer, he stayed out a little more, but then when I got too close, he went back in. But they were fucking curious though. They were freaking curious about me. And I was just looking for a place to take a piss. That's all I was doing. And I find these 2 coyotes. You never know what stories you're going to find from me or the happenings in my life. If I don't tell anyone, there's no way they're going to know. But if I tell you, I guarantee you it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny and it's going to be cool. For sure. I don't know. Hey, what's going on, God's tiny legs? What's happening? What's up? Yeah, Safeway does have sales though. You could do a lot of things with the turkey base, so hopefully you're using it for the right things. You don't want to put it up your ass, trust me. Excuse my French. You don't want to stick it in forbidden spots. So I hope you're using your turkey baster for all the right reasons. Good luck, okay? Good luck to you with that turkey baster. Good luck. You gotta squirt out this. What the fuck are you doing? You're squirting a hamster out with the turk. That's animal abuse. That's rodent abuse. That is fucking rodent abuse. What's wrong with you? That's rodent abuse, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you stick a hamster through a fucking turkey baster, you idiot? God. As crazy as it fucking sounds, it's funny, too. But don't abuse the goddamn thing. Yeah, it is an R. And I'm not even showing any nudity. This is so good it's an R-rated stream without any nudity. It's like Eddie Murphy. It's kind of like Eddie Murphy, ain't it? Uncut or like Christian Slater and Pump Up the Volume. Happy Harry Hardon. Remember Happy Harry Hardon from Pump Up the Volume? I love that. I looked up to that movie. That's what prompted me to want to record my voice and talk about things. I watched that movie, and years ago, like when the pirate radio thing happened, then the internet got invented, and that whole pirate radio thing happened on YouTube. Back then, it was so unheard of having a pirate radio in a town. You know, but now it's like all over YouTube. What people are doing on private radio, it's like a YouTube show now. It's like Joe Rogan. It's like whoever you want to think of. It's like Pump Up the Volume, I think, set the stage for the future. And then people try to stop it when it got bigger. Like they arrested him by the end of the movie and shit. That was an inspirational movie. You know, he went to his P.O. box and that girl stalked him or whatever and made love to him. And he was like Get Bruce like How to Talk Dirty and Influence People by Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce was one of the best comedians. He was one of the best people who was a commentator, comedian, poet, and stuff like that. How to Talk Dirty and Influence People by Lenny Bruce. And then he checked, then this girl checked that book out. That's how I picture how Carolyn might have been when she was in high school, like that girl in Pump Up the Volume. That's Carolyn, I think, to a T. Remember the Tease Me, Please Me chick? That's me. Come to me or I'll come to you. Yeah. I so remember that movie. It was great. Then they played Kick Out the Jams by Henry Rollins. I enjoy live stream, but I like positivity. I like to talk to my audience. I like to have an engaging audience, like how it's going now, like where I can talk like this. I like this very much. There's no haters in here at all. This is great. I love to just talk and do my shit. This is what I like to do usually. Unless a problem arises and I gotta make drama out of it. Because they're creating the drama by making me create drama. In some form. Everything I do is a reaction. In case not everybody knows that about me. It's a reaction. So, just looking at the nighttime, looking at the lights, looking at the stars, and just looking at life, A lot of shit's going on. I don't know if I do, Ouija. I don't fucking know if I do. That's the scary part. It looks that way for now. Hey, I'll take it. But you know what? I win at everything I do. From a YouTube standpoint, how I attack everything. I'm still here. Does it look like I have a scar on me? Does it look like I'm groveling in pain or grimacing? Does it look like I'm down and out at all? I'm not down and out. I just lost interest in a lot of the bullshit. I have lost interest in it. Okay, Noodle says he knows a ton of people in Colorado. I'm gone if he finds out where I am. Well, good luck. Good luck to that, because I'm all over. And you won't find me. And I'm all over. Who gives a fuck? That dude I met that I described earlier told me he had stuff, lug nuts stolen off his vehicle because of his girlfriend and all this. And he ended up being a nut himself. And now I see why this happened, because he may be the one who's the psycho. Even if his girlfriend's a little crazy, there's a chance I'd get along with her if I met her. This whole other situation off YouTube, I got caught in the crosshairs of Ouija. This guy thought I was showed that I was there for a wellness check on him. This guy was so paranoid that I parked one space away. I parked at a Burger King because it was the only place to park, because I wanted a slice of pizza. In the next plaza, I couldn't get into that plaza, so I parked at Burger King. But then I saw this guy with the Florida plate, and I started talking. I'm like, "Hey, you're from Florida?" He's like, "Oh yeah." Then I talked with him a bit, but then I said some things, and it turns out he was in Nebraska, like I was, and he was from Tampa, and I was in Tampa. So then he came to this conclusion I was a paid investigator sent to him, kind of like the guy that Noodles sent to me. This guy thought I was that person stalking him. That's how crazy this gets. A real life story. This guy thought I was sent to him as a private investigator from his girlfriend. And he literally believed that I knew all the people he knew. I'm like, I don't know any of them. But he clung to that so hard that I had to take credit for it. I'm like, I do. And he's my buddy. I play poker with him, I said. Because he wouldn't change his mind. I tried getting the motherfucker, the rigid-ass motherfucker who claims he's a progressive, by the way. He wouldn't change his mind. he stuck to that, and I had to just give in and say, all right, I take credit for it now, all of it. And I know that person. I played poker with him. And it's like, well, I'm glad to see that you're being honest about it now. I was forced to take credit for everything happening to him. And I said, I try to tell him, I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of them. Why the fuck you texted me like a maniac? I just said that I like you. That's all I said in the text, and you're talking to me. And when he first talked to me, it was a normal conversation, but then he texted me later on and said all this shit. And he's like, I knew. I'm like, I'm the trans person you met, you know. You're awful. That you're fine with people. I'm a trans person. Well, I said it to him like, I'm the trans person you met. It's like, yeah, I know who you are. I know exactly who you are, but I still think you know all those people. You said those things to me. You said enough keywords, and I still believe that you were sent as a private investigator. I'm like, if I was sent by anyone, I was sent by God, because I've been stalked too. And you say you've been stalked. Shouldn't you be an ally to me? I was sent to you as an ally. I wasn't sent to you to perform a wellness check on you. I was sent as an ally from God, if anybody sent me, is what I said to him. He had the same size pickup truck I had. That was a perfect opportunity for me to bond with him. Maybe even have a relationship if it led to that, but he had to fuck it up. He had to fuck it up by texting me like a maniac, and I didn't know what to do with that. He got me screaming at the top of my lungs to him when I was on the phone, because he fanatically holds this opinion that I was sent to him as a private investigator. I've been too many places he's been. And I've said Jeffrey Dahmer when Jeffrey Dahmer was linked or whatever, something to do with, I don't know. And he tried telling me you tried calling me Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm like, I didn't call you Jeffrey Dahmer. I just said how those gay people who tried to hit on you, maybe they were trying to groom you. I mean, some of the biggest psychos were gay people, I said to him, like Jeffrey Dahmer. And then he tried to turn around in a text and tell me, you try to call me Jeffrey Dahmer. And I'm like, I didn't try to call you Jeffrey Dahmer, you fucking asshole. He says, now you're cursing at me and you're yelling at me. You need psychiatric help. I'm like, because you're being a snarky motherfucking asshole. And I didn't have to admit my IQ, even though it's high. I didn't have to admit that. You were the one who told me you had a 144 IQ. I didn't say how high my IQ was. Hold on, I'm going to unhide him, okay? Hold on, Ouija Loke. I have to add this guy as a moderator, okay? Because he's imitating me and he's like, hi, sexy. Hey, Melton John, you like me so much, you imitated me, okay? Welcome to the chat, Melton John. Second Melton John. That's flattery right there. When someone says, hi, sexy, and they're posing as me, I have to keep that person around. I'm sorry. This is like 2008 all over again. These are the kind of trolls that were in 2008 right here. You know, they imitated you, but they were an admirer. They weren't like haters. They were admiring you when they imitated you. Those were the type of trolls we had in 2008, and they were funny as hell sometimes. I have to give this person a moderator right here. This reminds me too much of 2007, 2008. When people trolled you, but they weren't really hating you. They prodded you a bit, or they might have taken your identity, but they were also kind of, maybe not your personal information, but they were taking your screen name, and but they said things to where they were an admirer of you. So in that case, I have to give this fan his or her rightful due, you know. They get a wrench in here. Congratulations. This is like 2008 again. This is like the fun that I'm talking about that existed back then. This Melton John impersonator who says, hi, sexy. This is like 2008 right here. Where did I hang out? Like, what time frame are you asking me, God's Tiny Legs? What time frame are you asking me when I hung out on the internet? I'm sorry. What? What time frame? Anytime or now or then or where. I'll tell you where I hang out. Oh, 08, YouTube, MySpace, Yahoo Chat. Because I'm just making the best of a bad situation, you know? I'm living in my truck. I don't have a real place to sleep. I'm here in my truck, you know, in Denver. And I'm just picking my spots where I'm not going to get kicked out, and I'm trying to just stay there and sleep. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go where I don't think I'm going to get fucked with. And I don't have to worry about these so-called Chicanos or gangbangers around here. I got to worry about the Karens who tell me I can't park here, or I'm surprised your truck is still here, that could have got towed staying there overnight. This isn't Boston. You know, are they trying to make everywhere like Boston where you can't even hang out anywhere? Because I go there, I passed by there earlier, and it was the same as I was, but then again, they're doing construction, and maybe someone saw me and they had the urge to come up to me, like, he saw me sleeping on my pillow, so I was like, you can't sleep here, you know. But, like, I'm surprised you haven't got towed in here. It's really not allowed. Like, you gotta go. But then I found a better spot over here. So I think it all works out. I really do. I'll have to go back over there. I found myself a new spot. So what? So what? It'll just help me make my decision easier. That's all. It'll just help me make my decision easier. I'm here all by myself. I got a good running truck though. I got stranded in Nebraska 1 week ago. You know, I got stranded. I had to take it in for a fuel pump. I think last Monday. I had a fuel pump problem. I had to get that fixed. So now it's fixed and I'm good to go. Here I am in Denver. But last Monday sucked so bad. I got stranded. I had to get out of it, you know, and it was like when the game was, that was like late at night. I was just lucky to get it over there. And then the shop where I repaired it made me walk. They wouldn't drive me, so I had to walk a long ways to this station to pick it up. I don't mind walking, thankfully, but imagine if I did. They didn't give rides. But I picked up my truck. It wasn't rated. I was grateful that it wasn't. It was nice enough for me to. Here I am in Denver with perfect weather right now. Last week I was in distress. So it just shows, you know. Because when you break down, nobody likes to break. I broke down in the fast lane last Monday. That was scary. I was like breaking down right in the fast lane of traffic. And I had to get my car out of there. And it was there, and some dude yelled at me, and I literally had to cuss him out back. Like, you motherfucking asshole, I'm stuck here. There's nothing I can fucking do about it. I had to go psycho on that motherfucker. All right, you're free. How long a time else let me out of jail? Okay, Melton John, you got a mod right now. Well, because I was in the fast lane, he didn't read between the lines. I had my emergency lights on, like something happened in the fast lane. He was still yelling at me. And I had to cuss him out right back because he was being a dick. I couldn't go anywhere. So then this nice black woman comes behind me, like an angel from God. And she says, hey, I see you stuck. I'll try to get you out of the road, okay? Just put it in neutral and I'll get you out of the road. And I'll push you. So then she pushed me where I went into the left and I could steer it to the left, and she was like right behind me, pushing me, like kind of pushing. And I was like trying to turn, and I couldn't really move it, but I could turn it because she was pushing me. And I got it out of the main road and on a side street. Then I had to call AAA. That's what happened. And then they came, but the shop wasn't open. They had to leave it overnight, and I had to get a ride back to where I lived. And then the next day I had to walk a long ways to get it. And now here I am a week later, and it just shows things change, you know? And I was in a motel room when that happened. So, I have a perfectly running truck now. I got a lot of shit fixed on it when I was in the South. That's why I've been traveling the country. That's why. That's really why. At least I got that. And at least I can sleep in here if worse comes to worse now. This is my shelter right here. And I got the window wide open. It's a cool breeze now, hot in the day, but cooler at night. So, that's where we're at right now. I'm going to play more music. I am. Hey, tell me if you like this, Ouija. If you remember George Benson. I don't know if you remember this album from George Benson. It's called Jazz Moods Hot. But it is an awesome album. He flirts with Spanish music and just different covers of different... This is White Rabbit. Remember White Rabbit? White Rabbit. That song. Yeah, I'm a juggalo. Somewhat. I have respect for the juggalos, I would say, you know. That's the first electing a juggalo leader who's not even a total juggalo. That's the first. That's like a first in history right there. So I broke a record doing that. Now what's this idiot have to prove, right? He's speeding into the fucking parking lot here. It looks like a redneck. Based on the wheels, the truck. See, people will drive like assholes here. I've noticed that. They will... I don't know what the hell that is. He sped and parked, and now he's backing up and driving out. He didn't even go into the store. What's this jerk doing? What the fuck is this? Are you on drugs, dude? What the fuck, man? Are you on drugs, asshole? What the fuck is wrong with you, asshole? What the fuck is wrong with him? What's wrong with him? He just parked and didn't go into the store. He backed up and he sped back out like he sped back here, sped in. Is that one of Noodle's people that he sent me? Is he sure doing a bad job if that's one of them? He didn't confront me, he just friggin' tried to scare me. Why does the powerful music is playing? This is like a curse to all the evil. This guy was going crazy when I'm just playing this music to myself here. And I'm calm and the nuts are going crazy over there. Oh, he does. If that's one of his henchmen, it's lame. Fucking lame. But he's still a terrorist doing this. He's a terrorist. Without a shadow of a doubt. That's one of his people. I don't think it is. But let's play along, shall we? Let's play along. It is. How about that? He wants his black ice. You mean like black ice beer? Is that what you mean? And then this guy with the caravan looks to be pulling up in here. I thought he was 5'2". Now this guy in this caravan here, whoever this is going by. Not making eye contact, but is parking kind of in the same spot that other guy parked in. This is kind of funny. He's not speeding in, but he's parked like in the same spot, kind of. But only this person is not backing up and driving out like a maniac and didn't drive in like a maniac. It looks like he wants to get something at the store. So he's getting out of his vehicle right now. Is he really? So they're going to buy everything they're going to buy all these. Well, I mean, I can't buy any more of them. Kind of like Carolyn bought up all these beers so this other person wouldn't get them. Coincidence? Is Carolyn influencing this live stream right now? You said they're going to buy all my beer on me, like Carolyn bought all this person's drinks up on them. True story, she told me. True story. Belton John imitation. Are you Carolyn? Are you Carolyn? You just shouted, you dog. Once I started mentioning Carolyn. Are you the secret admirer? Are you that person? Are you Carolyn? You don't have to say yes, but that would be crazy. Fucking crazy. Is that right? Really? I'm astounded. I'm very fucking astounded at that. This is exciting though. This is a good stream. Let's listen to the music. George Benson. Ramona? Beautiful name, Ramona. I like you already. Ramona. Good stop. Very good stop right there. That's right. Beatrice. I love this one. Body talk. I have myself a good spot right here. No, I haven't. I should though, shouldn't I? That's what it's like if it bumps right there. I should, huh? I can rock my truck like nothing. I got that much sturdiness to me, where I can literally move my butt, and the truck will shake. You see that right there? I'm moving my butt. Look at this. And I stopped. Hold on a minute. And it's going to keep shaking when I stop. I stopped. See how it's still shook? See how it's still shook? See? It kept moving, but I stopped. See that? Kinda. As good as it's gonna get on a stream. You have to use your imagination with the rest. For now, until further notice. Until further notice. Really? Haha, twerking John. Okay. Sure, I'll roll with that. Twerking. Yeah, twerking John. Yeah, I guess that works for now. For now. Yeah, all right. Will people notice? No, you can't. They tried with a few people, but I'm still here. You know, there's no one really here. It's a soul party. That's right. That's right, brother. That's right, sis. Right here. Thumbs up. A little bit. My woman I met at the yard sale, I thought maybe she might have been a hot button. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to see if I can convince that one over here who works over here, that Latino who's like a hot tamale. She looks kind of Italian too, and Latino, but her body stature's Latino, but her face kind of says Italian too. If I can get that one, huh? So maybe this is the neighborhood right here. And why do these fuckers drive so close, dude? They drive more like retards here than they do in Nebraska, for sure. This dude speeds in. He doesn't hit my truck, but he comes close enough. It's like, what the hell? But he's not backing up and trying to intimidate me. I just think he's naturally driving just kind of erratic. He's not a scent person, but this white van's going by me now. Did somebody send this person? Oh my God, a white van is driving by. Are they looking to send me to the mental hospital right now? Is that a mental hospital van right there? Should I be worried for my life? Should I be worried for my life right there? Hey, if you're looking for the mental patient, I'm right here. You're going by the I'm the mental patient. I guess not. I guess that's a strikeout. That white van, after all, I thought maybe he was gonna check me over. Yeah, and you know what else? Someone thought I did a wellness check on them. This fucking paranoid asshole yesterday. He liked to claim he was accepting of everybody and whatnot, right? And stuff like that when I talked to him, but he backed down face to face. He told me where he stood, but at the same time, he didn't, he tried to keep it calm because I was in his face too. When I was getting upset, he tried to calm it down a little bit. It's not that, but it's like you said enough key words to me, though. It's like where I wouldn't be thinking, almost like where I had to feel bad for him, so I wouldn't like wail on him. You know what I mean? Kind of like that. But then when I was away from him and he was writing me, he wasn't acting anything like that face to face with me. And then he sent these crazy emails to me and shit. Make sure to have to take driving lessons. Their windows are wide open. But make sure you don't have to take driving lessons. I say. The window, I think they heard me. No. Well, he did call me brother, but I had to correct him and say it's sister to you. It's like, all right, well, sister then. But then again, that phone conversation that ended good, considering, And I hung up the phone. I'm like, I'm at the store right now, But yeah, it's nice you talked or whatever. But then he texted me afterwards, trying to play the same shit. Like, I know who you are. And he said he took pictures in my vehicle. I didn't see him take no pictures in my vehicle when I left. I didn't see any suspicious activity like that as I left. He tried telling me he took pictures in my vehicle. I'm like, well, what's my name? If you know who I am, what's my name? Prove it. He really couldn't give me an answer. I'm like, prove it. What's my name? Prove it. Prove it. Kind of like Burrs. I'm like, prove it. Prove it. I said to him. Look, bro, I got it, and I paid $300 to somebody. So he said he paid $300 to look into me. And this is off YouTube. This isn't even here. This isn't even Noodles. This is a guy who's like a Jesus type, progressive, possibly closet trans person, who's had ex-girlfriends. He boasted to me that he got along with every ex-girlfriend of his except this one. And he even said that I was like this ex-girlfriend of his when I started screaming at him over the phone. At least he told me I was like his ex-girlfriend, baby. That kind of made me feel good because she was a woman in a way. So that kind of made me feel good when he said that. I'm like, well, maybe I'd get along with her then. I said, maybe I'd get along with her because I see why she kicked your ass now. I literally said that. I see why she did that to you now. But you try to be like Tasha. You try to be like the victim to me. Like you're this really nice guy and you don't hurt anybody. And maybe you like to think that, he told me he had one firearm. Like me, one firearm. And he's willing to protect himself if someone does come at him, he said. Not really aiming it at me, like condescendingly at that time. But he's like, but yeah, if someone comes at me, I would take it out. I would do what I had to do to defend myself. Or if someone said they were a pedophile, that would piss me off too. Those are the two things he said. He was honest about that. But I don't know why he played all this other shit with me. When I thought I ended a conversation good with them earlier today. And then was it today or it was yesterday? It was yesterday. That's right. I get confused because I've been up a long time. I get a few hours of sleep here and there. So, anyways, yeah. So then he texts me again. It's like I thought we were on good terms. I said I'm doing a beauty routine now. You're disturbing me. I'm doing a beauty routine right now. I didn't tell him what it was, but I said I'm doing I was tweezing my whiskers. Okay. I was tweezing my facial whiskers when he tried to bother me with it. I'm like, I thought you ended good. All I said to you in the text was, I like you. Okay, I was kind of hinting maybe I was attracted to him, but I was kind of vague, you know. Then he comes at me with this. I'm like, okay, now there's no chance at anything here. Oh, and the other thing was, he said that I told him to leave town, like other people that I knew. When he told me all this, I was like, yeah, you told me to leave town also, like everybody else. So you were sent to me. You told me to leave town. Other people told me too that I should leave town. I'm not leaving town. I shouldn't have to leave town just because a few people are after me, or my girlfriend sent an army after me. I shouldn't feel like I have to leave town. And I said that to him because I felt like maybe leaving town. So I'm like, well, maybe you should leave town. I would do it if I were you. Meanwhile, thinking for myself that I might want to leave town as well. He's like, but you just said that to me. That's another red flag. You just said that to me. Other people who told me that, who were trying to go after me. So you were sent by them. That was his mentality. That was his mentality. Oh, and there was a point in the conversation where I said something, I forget what it was. Or something like that when I mentioned the groomer thing, right, Tim? It's like, yeah, you mentioned groomer because you wanted to spin your own narrative on me. Yeah, you mentioned groomer. Yeah. I'm like, but you said yes, though. I'm like, you said yes when you said that gay people were targeting you, right? Yeah, but still, you put that word in my mouth, so I answered like that. You were the one who started the groomer talk. So you try to paint me like a right winger, actually. But meanwhile, I'm like, here I am, a trans person, and you're going out. Even if you say that isn't the reason why, and I don't know, but I still just happen to be. And he's like, yeah, I know who you are. I know who you are. I think you know those people. You could tell them. You know their names, don't you? Know their names. I know you. I'm like, I don't know their. So then he put me in a position where I had to take credit for everything because he was just that. You know what? That's insane. Said he had 3 properties, different places, Texas and some other place. But he was living in his truck like I was, a small pickup truck. But only his socks were dirty. His feet didn't look dirty, but his socks were. He had nice. I was looking at his feet actually. I thought they were sexy. And here I was thinking, if this guy was only pretty nice, I might pursue him. And I ended it all right. But then after all this craziness, I'm like, no fucking way. No fucking way whatsoever. All bets are off. There's no chance now. This person's like literally losing it. But because of his intelligence level, I didn't see him as threatening like some of the right wing assholes. But he was crazy in his own friggin' way. Is what it was. He was handsome though. He was handsome. So, you know what I mean? But if handsome is too crazy, and someone who doesn't look like the average person, they look above that, and their aura is above that, but then you find out they're too crazy, then it's like, nah. Okay, I've resigned myself totally at this friggin' point. Because otherwise, if you're in my face, I'm going to be tempted to fight you, and I don't want to fucking do that. I mean, me and you don't have enough of a history. You're being a fuckbag, but I still don't have a history with you. So I don't want to fucking waste my time. Even though I want to kick your head in, at the same time, I don't want to waste my time. Is what I said to him. I do, yes. Mel John imitation, yes. Yes. I do. I like feet. I actually do. And when Tasha showed hers, I freaking got tempted. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's one of my weak spots right there. That is one of my weak spots. I'm not gonna lie to you, it is. But I would show mine to other people and put mine in their face. I like the foot lovers too, you know. Or I'd stick mine right in their face too. I would do that. I'm drinking Seagram's Blue Raspberry. That's what I'm drinking. Seagram's Blue Raspberry right here. Spiked. This is one of my favorites right here. I love this. Better than Fireball. Better than Fireball. By far. And you can still get fucked up on it if you're not careful. Seagram's Spiked Blue Raspberry. Funny thing is, this is one of Carolyn's favorite drinks, too. 8%. This is a solid, it's 8%. Look, 8% alcohol by volume, right there. Since I've been in Denver, you know who I've actually been thinking about? Two people, okay, who made it kind of famous that were from Denver, I believe. John Denver. I always keep thinking about John Denver when I'm here. Like, John Denver presents this white bread version of Denver, right? But most of this place is Hispanic. So I'm thinking of John Denver, and then I think of the scene when Jim Carrey said, John Denver was full of shit. Is this the Rockies? John Denver is full of shit. And I was kind of thinking John Denver was kind of full of shit, too. Well, John Denver came from a viewpoint where he's like the white bread version of Colorado. Because what I'm seeing around me is not the John Denver's version of it necessarily. Maybe if you're right in the Rocky Mountains, it'll be like The Shining or like John Denver, perhaps. That's the other thing. The Shining was so psycho that it was against John Denver's version of Denver. You know, The Shining with Jack Nicholson was filmed around Denver. If anyone knows that. And I remember the Denver Nuggets, too. Remember Dikembe Mutombo? No, 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 no. Block shot. No, 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 no. Dikembe Mutombo was like so cool. Dikembe Mutombo made me laugh. If anyone remembers, I used to know the old Nuggets players, you know. In a weird way, I remember them. I remember them as a team, even though they sucked for many years. They still had a playoff run. They beat the Sonics in '94. I remember they beat the Sean Kemp Seattle Sonics. They had Mutombo, they had LaFonso Ellis, they had Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, and I think they had Mark Jackson, actually. No, wait, back at the time, that was later. Mark Jackson was on the Clippers that year. Who was their point guard that year? I forget. It was Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, Mutombo, Ellis, and I think Dale Ellis, too. I'm not sure. But I know Mutombo, Ellis, and Rauf they had. They were competitive. Then you had the Carmelo Anthony year. So I'm right now where Carmelo Anthony was drafted, okay, and where he was a star. And wouldn't it be wild if I went to L.A. with where Kobe Bryant and Magic was a star? It's like you have basketball icons at a lot of these places I went. Indianapolis, Reggie Miller. Omaha, nobody. But Indianapolis, Reggie Miller. Denver, Ellis, Mutombo, Carmelo Anthony, Dan Issel. If you want to go way back, Dan Issel, that coach, Dan Issel, he's like that old guy. He played for the Nuggets years ago. I remember that. I did try it. I tried the Blackberry one. The Blackberry one's good. You like it better than the I like the Seagram's version the best. I'm sorry. But I like the Blackberry Steel Reserve is awesome. But with Blue Raspberry, I'll stick with Seagram's. This is the signature. This is smooth. I love it. People race all over the roads here. In a weird way, it's kind of liberating, though, because you see these people, they might be acting like jerks, but here you are, you watch it all. It's like a show. They're like showmen, kind of. Trying to race. It's almost like LA. It almost is. Like when Tasha was racing on the bikes there. There's people who ride on bikes here on the roads too. It's kind of funny. Maybe not like road races with all bikes and motocross and all that kind of stuff. But people do race on the roads here in random main roads. It happens all over Denver, it turns out. But yet Denver's pretty expensive to live. It's more money than Indianapolis. It's funny because I see more people racing on the roads than I did in Indianapolis, and they got the Indy 500. This feels like the Indy 500. Oh, Denver feels like the real Indy 500. I didn't see this in Indianapolis. I saw lowlifes in Indianapolis, and no sidewalks and shit like that, in a crappy overall city. But I didn't see people racing. This is like the Indy 500. Listen. It's loud out here. Quiet down. It's so loud out here. Denver is lit. In some ways, Denver is lit. And I'm not even in any downtown. And I'm listening to this. I try to sleep too. Regardless of who's going by. If it's quiet, if it isn't. I just roll my windows out. The screen's out enough. You know, whatever. People not staying in one place banging and annoying me, which is one of my biggest pet peeves. If there's noise and it's sporadic and people leave and then there's other people going by, that kind of noise doesn't bother me. Denver is lit. You agree with that, huh, Karen's old man? It's lit. How would you compare it to LA? Close or not? How do you think it's lit compared to LA? Not like LA exactly, but a runner-up, maybe? Would you say Denver is like number 2 or number 3 when it comes to being lit and people being crazy, maybe? Driving or whatever? Number 2? Because in Seattle, I don't think they're like this in Seattle. I don't think they show off this much in Seattle. I think they try to show they're like showmen on the roads over here with how fast. Look how fast I can go. To themselves they're talking, but they're still in action trying to outdo other people, kind of, on the roads or whatever. That's just the vibe I pick up. I don't know about you. It's small. Well, everywhere is small compared to LA. But if you were to look at a small version of LA, this would probably be it. Because they have barrios much like LA. Some of the shit I've seen around here reminds me like LA. Like what I saw in LA. From what I saw, at least in LA, when I either went there or I didn't go there or I watched it on TV. This is kind of what it reminds me of. Colorado got a head start, but Oklahoma has the loosest brick and mortar. Oklahoma is better than Colorado with weed? Is that what you're telling me? How is that possible? Oklahoma is ahead of Colorado with weed? Are you serious? Oklahoma has the loosest? Yeah, well, I know that, but it's better to have Chicanos. They're not all off the boat. Like some of the racist people who stick to their heavily Mexicano nationalism ideas, you know? I mean, right here, it's better. The Latinos and Mexicans here are nicer than in Florida or back east. They're actually nicer out here. Hi, Dan. What's going on? Nice to see you in here. Yeah, Mexicans here respond to me nicer than they did in Florida, I noticed. Not to say that they don't have pride in their race here or anything. I sense that there is some pride in themselves, absolutely. But they're not hateful here, like I noticed in Florida. Or even some Puerto Ricans in the Northeast, even. Like Lawrence. The Mexicans here, for the most part, have been polite. Kind of like the people in Nebraska have been, actually. The Latinos have been very polite to me here and nice. I have to say they have been the ones I've met. Because I used to hate Latinos, judging by my Florida experience. But out here, they're calm. They're easier to get along with around here. In Tampa, it's more like, yeah, keep it moving. You're trying to take over my neighborhood. Keep it moving. Like when I asked about like a house or something, I'm like, hey, I'm poor like you, you know. I'm just asking if there's anything to rent in the neighborhood, you know. He's like, yeah, Zillow. But but I really don't like how things are going here. It looks like you're just from out of town here. You're trying to, I don't know you, but I'm like, I'm poorer than you probably. I'm just looking for a place. I'm probably poorer than you. It's like, yeah, but it's a good idea that you probably keep it moving right now. I haven't had any of those conversations here. The Hispanic population here has been nothing but nice. I'll say that right now. Florida, I hated them. But out here, they're nicer than that. I'll say that for sure. Even if some people keep to themselves, they're not going to fuck with you. And they're not going to go out of their way to make your life a bad time. If you say they miss, if I say I prefer to be called a female, it's like, oh, all right, I'm sorry. But the Mexicans in Florida are like, no, senor, you can't be in the bathroom. Senor, senor. And then I argue, but then she called on the walkie-talkie someone else who spoke Spanish. Like probably talking that in their language, you know, like I need to be removed from the bathroom. This person's giving me a hard time. None of that has happened here. In Denver, none of that has happened. Not once. In Florida, they got to fix their racism down there. I'll tell you, everyone's kind of racist down there, though. I would say the most accepting people in Tampa are probably black. And select whites, probably. And select Cubans are nice, too. But I think on the widespread scale, more Mexicans in Denver are nice than even Cubans are nice in Tampa. I would say. And the Mexicans who live in Tampa are kind of rude. They don't go out of their way to make you feel welcome. You know, they really don't. I found that Latino people in Texas especially, they were friendly. And in Colorado, they're pretty friendly, I would say. I'd say Texas and Colorado has friendly Mexican people, I'd say, or Hispanic people. And maybe Phoenix to a point, too. Not to say that they're not nationalistic. They're probably for all that Mexica movement and all that. But at the same time, they're respectful enough, you know, and cordial. Whereas in Florida, I didn't think many Hispanic people, whatever their national, they could have been Honduran, they could have been Central American, they could have been Mexican, they could have been Cuban, they could have been, and as far as Cubans go, I've met a handful. There are Cuban people who are nice in Tampa. When you meet them, they're really nice. But most of them, they're kind of snobby, stuck up, I would say. I think more Latinos here are nicer than the amounts of Latinos that are nice in Tampa, I'd say. But when you meet them in Tampa, they're nice. But I just don't think they're in the amounts that are as nice, though. You know what I'm saying, if you catch my drift there? Kind of. I think by rate of quantity here, if you're just minding your business and you're just kind of calm looking, you're just looking around, no one's going to really mess with you here, you know? And people will even smile at you here and there. If anyone in Denver has been rude, it's been a white person in a suburb. Yelled at me when I had the right of way to go, because I waited for the other two cars to go. Then I was like, you're supposed to stop and wait. And then I ended up cussing that bitch out. That was a white, pale bitch out in a suburban town from Denver. So based on my experience, I'd say the white people have been the ones that I've had more problems. I haven't had a ton of problems with anyone, but let's just say if I had a road rage thing or I had an argument, depending on where I was. But again, I don't have to deal with them a lot because I'm living in my truck. I mean, it's been peaceful in that way, but not to say once in a while something isn't going to happen. But what it has, I think it's been with the white person. To all you want to call me a racist, I just call things for what they are, wherever I'm at. You know what I mean? And the Latino people here are attractive and they're nice. So I see it. Out west, they are better. If they're in Florida or if they're in South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, they're going to be more racist than the Southern whites. I'll tell you that right now. But out here, it's a bit different. Even though they might have gangs out here, you can at least be yourself. And if you're an asshole, they'll be an asshole to you. But if you're not, you don't got nothing to worry about. That's my take on it. You know? So that's how I see it. I mean, anyone can form their opinion, I guess. But well, what are you saying here? A lot of people confuse Central Americans with them. And oh, yeah, they have like Guatemalans. Guatemalans are actually more a thing on the East Coast. Actually, Guatemalans in the Northeast. More than I've seen in Florida. Aztec and Spanish, European French, they call them mestizos. Mestizos is the white nationalist term for Mexicans. In the Mexica movement, one of the leaders like, yeah, white people want to call us mestizos and all that, but that's not what we're really called. We're the indigenous peoples. We're the Mexica movement. We're the indigenous people to the continent. We're not Mexicans. We're not Central Americans. We're really Native Americans. We're a blended Latino people. And we're here in the Americas. We're in the United States, but we're blended. They were trying to say they're blended, but we're still not mestizos. That's what white people want to call us, but we're not mestizos, per se. But I definitely know the word mestizos. Trust me. You can tell that Spike is hitting. Yeah, well, I tell the truth when I'm drunk. For good or for bad, I tell the truth. If something's the truth, I'll tell it. Even if it's negative and I happen to be going on a rant and saying derogatory shit because I'm drunk. But I'll also say a positive truth if I'm in a good mood when I'm drunk. So it can go either way. Plus, I had Camo, which was 10.8. I had that before I had this. I mean, this is like my second hard drink tonight. And I can have just as much fun drinking to myself, but staying around people, but while drinking to myself, observing everybody. There's a few bars around. I wonder if I should go in. Maybe someone will think I'm a spicy tamale, a spicy tall drink of water tamale. I'd laugh so hard if someone actually go to me, hey mamacita, hey mamacita. I've been here 3 hours. I can't fucking believe I've been here 3 hours. You saw someone get arrested earlier, and there's nobody. There's a car parked there. Maybe they're homeless too. I don't know. Everyone's a lot of homeless on the West Coast. I don't know. Depends. Latinos never want to admit they're mixed with Spanish, but they are Spanish. A lot of them adopt it, whether they want to know it or not. And some people, I think the Latinos who take pride in their Spain, I think will be racist, actually. The ones who take their Spanish white nationalist heritage, even though they might be dark. But those are the ones who typically are in Florida or South Carolina. I think they move to those states if they're a little more racist than average. My opinion. I had a landlord who was a nice guy. I wouldn't call him a total racist. He kind of was, though. His name was Manuel. He died from COVID. His name was Manuel. It can't get more Spanish than that, right? And he lived in San Francisco or something. But he actually told me he believed that blacks smelled different than whites. He told me that, really. And at that point, I wasn't really racist, like I was in the past or whatever. But I see this guy with the name Manuel. To me, yeah, well, black people do smell different than white people. They do. I grew up in San Francisco. I had gay friends and shit like that, but we were also racially conscious, or at least I was. And I can tell you, black people do smell different, and shit like that. But no, actually, you know what a black person smelled like when I was around them? A prostitute. I had sex with the prostitute, okay? No AIDS, by the way. I caught nothing. This person was a clean prostitute, but wore this drag queen uniform. It was a uniform. This drag queen thing, I thought this person was a trans person, but it turns out this was really a black man, but used this trans as a uniform to make money, but didn't want to live this life. He wanted to live more normal. But I had an encounter with him, okay? And I'll tell you what he smells like, okay? You're going to be shocked. It wasn't that. It wasn't all the stereo. No. Clean. Like, no real odor. Like, attractive clean. We're talking like washed. We're talking like no sense of an odor. We're talking like this person, I think, lotioned themselves up quite well. Because there was like no threatening odors at all. Not even a bad breath smell or nothing. Okay? And then someone's like, oh, that Melton's gonna get AIDS with that one. But it turns out this person it definitely got picked up on rides and stuff. You know, and I got a front row seat to their life at 3 a.m, shaking their ass to music, 3 a.m. on North Nebraska Avenue in Tampa at the time. And I hung out with this person 10 hours and stuff like that. But after that, I never met with them again because it's like I almost like knew everything about them, you know, kind of thing. And I kept friendly with this person to a point. I'd say this person, when I couldn't get up and I was in a fight, I fractured my shoulder when I fell in a corner during a fight. Okay? A fight where I was literally kicking someone's ass. A girl with superhuman strength, who I was told later was trans by somebody. But when she couldn't beat me in a fight, her and her boyfriend wanted to gang up on me. And I was fighting them off. They didn't hurt me themselves. I injured my shoulder because I fell wrong when I was backed in the corner. I fell on the landlord's pile of clothes, and that kind of saved me. So I was able to put my foot up and put my arm up in mercy, like, I'm done. I fractured my shoulder. I'm done. I didn't say it like begging them, but I was like putting my leg up and putting my arm up. Like I fractured my shoulder. Like I was just kind of like on the ground with my leg and my arm up. Even though I showed no mercy to them. You know what I'm saying? When I fell back, I was just like, oh, my shoulder. Ah. And it really hurt. I couldn't get up. So then this guy, Teddy, the one who was the trans person, the black trans person that I had the encounter with or whatever, was there and witnessed and helped me up. Literally, when I couldn't get up, saying, here, I'll give you my hand. Get up. Then I got up. I'm like, thank you. That means a lot to me. Yeah. Thank you. Cocoa butter? I got Vaseline. Look at this. No, I haven't been using it to jack, but I've been using it to moisturize. I still got this Vaseline right here. Cocoa butter Vaseline, the Cocoa Glow Intensive Care. I recommend you get this $3.99 at Ross. Vaseline, Cocoa Glow Intensive Care with pure cocoa butter. Restores dry skin to reveal its natural glow. I use this stuff. And you know what else I got? I got this stuff here. April Scented Body Lotion. Bath and shower. I got the lotion. It puts the lotion on the skin. Now put the lotion in the basket. Yeah, well, apparently I'm black because I like this stuff. Apparently I'm black. Okay, look. I'm a black Italian. That's the truth. I'm a black Italian. What could I say? I love this stuff. What could I say? Yep. And I drink camo. Black people drink camo. I like camo. So I am black. I'm not African American, but I'm black Italian American. I'll roll with that. Why not? Hey, look at this. I got this stuff here. Molten. Ever hear Molten Brown of London? Molten Brown of. I got good stuff, folks. Don't ask me what I pay. Don't ask me how I get it. But I have good shit. Molten Brown of London. Paradisiac Pink Pepper Pod. This stuff is unreal. It smells like nothing you've ever had. You might confuse it for vomit a little bit if you're not used to this. It might smell a little like vomit, but it is good. It leaves a little bit of a sticky residue too. Molten Brown of London. Paradisiac Pink Pepper Pod. This is a unique one. You know where I got this? Indianapolis. I found this in an Indianapolis thrift store. I found goodies from all these locations and I made them part of my collection. This is what happened. Places I'm never going back to, but I got all the deals when I was there. Shit, my ass is hurt. Fuck, what the hell? It's almost like I gotta get up. My ass is hurt. God, how the hell did that happen? I gotta get up. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ah, man. Leave this a little open. I'm still gonna charge my phone, so I'm not gonna be able to show you me stretching. I'm at 20% right now. No, it isn't alcohol abuse. My ass is hurt. I'm sitting here. I don't know what I'm going to do. They're still open, though. What time is it? It's 11. It's almost 11. They probably close at 12. I don't know. But either way, I could piss. Because I got a private space to piss if I eat this. So if I get another one, why not? I still got enough to go here, though. I could dream without you if I gotta hold it just right. I could dream with. Remember that song? I love that movie. Summer, I can see under my feet. Me over. I don't see her. I don't know if they have it. I just saw this. I'm in the mood for Farron right now. Okay? Shit, what the hell happened? Wait a sec here. Weird. I'll play Portishead. This is awesome stuff right here. I'm gonna play Portishead. Oh, still got a CD in there. Oh. Weird. Usually my stereo would play if I shut this off. Weird. Oh, what happened here? You keep racing your life away. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Look, after I said go ahead, he speeds off like an idiot. You see how these people are? See how these fucking people are? It's like they're trying to prove something. They're not all that hard over here, really. I don't know. Fuck, whatever. I'll leave the key in here and listen to music. With their driving, people try to, and usually they're in trucks, and I don't even see Latinos driving those trucks. I can't prove. Someone's probably like a white wannabe or something. I don't know who that was, but. It's almost like people take pride in being jerks, and even when you call them on it, they continue to be jerks, you know? But they won't throw hands with you, per se. It's funny to me. Because in Nebraska, it wasn't really like this, you know? People were kind of chill in Nebraska, I thought. There might have been the occasional redneck, but that's about all. It was weird, though. I mean, I think people are people, but I think there are cultural differences in different places. Yeah. You cannot discount the cultural differences, for sure. They're more on the farm in Nebraska than they are here. They don't have a major city like Denver with pro sports. This is still a city with pro sports, so the bro factor is going to be pretty high. But it was pretty high in Omaha, seeing they didn't have pro sports, I think. There was a lot of drama in Omaha. Depending on what side of town you were on, every city's got their thing. It just depends on what you can put up with it on, you know, like sort of like that. I mean, the traffic here has increased. But as far as gangsta wannabes go in Denver, I don't see it as really any worse than Omaha, per se. Even though the city's big, I just think it might have more big city nuisances than Omaha, but it doesn't mean Omaha doesn't have anything going on, too. They got drama. They got people there who, you know, who have problems and they're living in motels and they're fighting with their girlfriends and shit. They still got that kind of shit going on over there. That's why I just said if I'm in a bigger city that seems less quiet, I really don't care. I'm probably relaxing more here than in Omaha, as crazy as it sounds, because I have to pay motel rent in Omaha. I can skirt that here. It's more possible to skirt that over here. So I'm just living with it, whatever. Your Mexican friends dislike American Latinos. What's the reason for that? I do. Alright. Oh, good. It's still playing now with the stereo off. I think the problem's fixed. The stereo's still on now. Took the key out of the ignition. I just have to leave it in there a while. Then I can play the music for a while when the car's shut off. Then it goes off. I have to put the key back in or whatever to play it. This is the best way to do it so you don't burn your battery out. You don't keep it running when it's sitting. You shut it off so you can still listen to things or whatever. You know this song? How about this one here? I love this beat a lot. Trip hop. I love trip hop. Big fan. Dan, you know trip hop, right? Sneaker Pimps and Portishead. You know them, Dan? I know you know them. Massive Attack. You know Massive Attack? I love them. Shade to Sinatra. You hear Frank Sinatra, can't you, in the music? Like, you know Frank Sinatra's songs? This sounds kind of like Sinatra a little in the background. The horns, like. Just like Frank Sinatra. Has that feel to it. A lot. James Tippins. Yeah, me too. That sounds like Sinatra. But it's good. I like that infusedness into it. I like the infused beat. It's better than the rap. It's better than when even Tupac did That's Just the Way It Is for Bruce Hornsby. That wasn't really that good. Let's just admit it. I don't like when rap stars take songs. I don't like that. They try to make it their own. They suck. Even if they're infusing Sinatra in this, it sounds better than when a rap star does That's Just the Way It Is. But then they do their rap version. I didn't like that song by Tupac. I did not like That's the Way It Is by Tupac. I didn't like it. It just didn't sound right, you know? But people loved it. I wasn't one of them, though. Really? When he did Bruce Hornsby, he did a rap version of That's Just the Way It Is. Right. This is the more creative one. I think using Sinatra a little bit and then doing your singing like this woman's doing here is better. I'd rather them infuse Sinatra into this because it's more authentic. And who knows, maybe the actual band is playing it just like this too. You know, they just make it sound like Sinatra, but it's a real performance and not a mixed beat. It could be. Kunta Kinte. Yeah, very funny. Very funny. Oh, Dan, do you know who James Tippins is? Is this a person you know? Hit the like. If you haven't hit the like now and send a super chat. Somebody send a super chat if they're watching. If you're one of the 13 viewers, you're not participating in the chat, send a super chat, all right? So I know you're here and you're a supporter of the show. You don't have to type in the chat, but if you're going to watch and lurk from the outside, surprise me with the super chat. Let me see who's watching, who's a fan. That's all I'm asking right now. You don't even have to type in the chat, but if you want to actually watch and support the channel, that's also fine too. Now, people are lighting fireworks. Denver is freaking lit. There's always something going on here. People are like fireworks. Listen, you hear that? They're like little crackle farts, but they're still crackling fireworks, but they sound like crackling farts, like sparkle farts. They sound like sparkle farts. Kind of like when Boston girl Bridget was going at this girl and she called her sparkle farts, right? These fireworks sound like sparkle farts. They sound like sparkle farts. With my accentuated Boston accent, sparkle farts. Sparkle farts. Sparkle farts. It fits with sparkle fat. My views went up after that. Sparkle fat, sparkle fat, sparkle fat, sparkle fat. It sounds like sparkle fat. Sparkle fat. Like crackling fireworks. Not too loud, but LA. I project LA. Thanks, Carazol, man. Thank you. I project LA. Nothing's ever indefinite. But by projections, it does look like I'm going to LA. Yes. If my projections are correct, I'm just visiting Denver for a week. Because 10 hours of driving is really hard. You have to gear up for it. I do it. I do everything that I'm set out to do. But I needed to stop over it. And I figure, hey, see Denver, the city that people come to for weed or whatever else. Mountains. John Denver talks about it. So I think Denver was the perfect place to check out. Really. But at the same time, John Denver might be full of shit. Jim Carrey could be right. Because this version of Denver doesn't exist. This white bread version of Denver that's like, I don't know, Mormon-esque or pure. Denver is more diverse than that. If you were to listen to John Denver, you'd think Denver is the whitest place on the planet. You would think Denver is the whitest place on the planet if you listened to John Denver. You realize he's full of shit, kind of. It's true. Looking around at everything. Does it take care of you? Yeah, are you in Canada? Tell me. Because I've heard many good things about Canada. I've had some close friends on the internet from Canada. Unicorns Cry too. Dawn, if you're watching me, if you're one of the 12 viewers, honey, I love you. You know, you've always been a support to me. And she's over in Nova Scotia, actually. And then Adele from Toronto area. Adele has been nice. Canadians are nice. From my experience, most Canadians are nice. And the craziest it gets, probably Norm F. So that's not really a bad country if Norm F. Well, White Tupac's pretty friggin' bad. He's like the lowest of the low. But for the most part, I would consider Canadian people to be pretty polite overall. You know, and real people too. Like as real as it's gonna get next to New England, go to either California or Canada. Canada, especially, I would say. New England is the closest place to Canada you're going to get for the United States. That's one thing I will say. It's the closest you're going to get to Canada, people wise. But Dan Aykroyd, you know how Dan Aykroyd was funny and shit, and like down to earth, right? Dan Aykroyd is from Toronto. Rick Moranis is from Toronto. So is John Candy. So that's like the representative natives of Canada right there. So that's pretty good. If you got people living there like Rick Moranis and John Candy, doesn't that sound pretty good? So, even though they might have gun control, they might have all that stuff right wingers don't want. But if you could meet people like Rick Moranis as a trade off, wouldn't you kind of take it, honestly? Or Dan Aykroyd and all them? They were funny fucking actors. So if you can take that, and people do own guns there too. I mean, it's just stringent compared to us, but you'll live like anything else, you know. But that's the trade-off. You know, there's trade-offs with everything, like I say. For what you can, really. Like Dan Aykroyd is kind of like an Irish guy from Boston in a weird kind of way. And Rick Moranis is kind of like the textbook nerd. He probably would have lived somewhere like maybe Lowell, Mass. You know? So I would say overall with residents, it seems like Toronto, Canada is probably the closest it gets to like that Boston environment. And Montreal's closer to Boston, but it's like France over there. It's literally like France, 7 hours from Boston. And New England's got a lot of French Canadians too. A lot of French Canadians. In fact, so many of them, I'm surprised one of the surnames wasn't Depardieu, like Jared Depardieu. Depardieu was not one of the surnames. Then you got Paul Levesque, Triple H, a French Canadian who's from New Hampshire. There's a lot of French. There really is. LaPierre, that's a common name where I'm from. Then you got the Portuguese. Shaughnessy was a common last name where I'm from. Shaughnessy. I think that's French too. Shaughnessy. And then it went as Greek as you could get, Gian Gregorio, which is similar to my last name. But my last name's Italian, but this person with the last name Gian Gregorio happened to be Greek. I was supposed to like Gian Gregorio. That sounds Italian. But this person, I guess, is Greek. Gian Gregorio. 12 letters on that one. Mine's 10. But this one, Gian Gregorio. This is a good song. Living it up over here. Know this song? Okay, I'll make an exception. 41. Libra. I'm not a Virgo, I'm a Libra. Abby thinks I'm a Virgo. I'm really a Libra, though. Thank you. You know what else also in this dry heat in the West? The lotion works. You put the lotion on the skin and on the body. And since I've been living in my truck, I've been using more lotion to clean it, to friggin' rub up with. Don't get the wrong ideas now. Alright? Don't get the wrong fucking idea. But when you're in the Southwest, you got to use more lotion. It just happens to be tying in. I'm using more lotion than I did when I was in Florida. For the sun, but not just for that, but to clean too, just for anything, you know. And it's nice to clean with it. To if you get a little cake on your ankle, like I sweat cake in oil. It's just how my skin is. I got sebaceous glands on my skin, a lot of them. I get like oil sweating to where it like turns into little like, you know, like what I showed you the other night. Like oil. It turns dark green. You can see that. I don't know. Apparently I don't have a lot of residue tonight because I put so much on me earlier. So that's good. But
how can I forget you?
how can I?
Disregard how I feel. Silently listen to the words I can't see. As I have tried.
Love the beat on this thing. That's my autism. I kind of get excited, like a twitch. It's like a twitch from my autism when I was a kid. Like I had that kind of a twitch even more when I was a kid, and I still kind of have it today. Funny that gets more views. And I write in the air. That's what I do. I write in the air. I go real crazy here a lot with this shit. Enough people are out though, and I'm not even downtown. Is that a hoverboard? Is that like Michael J. Fox? Are you on a hoverboard? Someone just went by me on, so I don't know if it was a skateboard or it sounded like a hoverboard. Is that like a time traveler? I don't. Is someone time traveling right now? That's so cool. What is that, man? Wow. Like a hoverboard. Twitching? You are twitching, John? You do? You want my autism to go in full swing? That's why I got on the Special Olympics team as a rookie. He's like,
Yes, I have tried, and as low as I can be,
I'm still drinking this shit. Wow. I might get another drink before they close. I don't know. So that's like the new Michael J. Fox. He's going around on a hoverboard. I gotta catch that when he goes by again. It's like someone's on a ground hoverboard. It's not even like a skateboard. I don't know what the hell it is. Hold on, I gotta catch this shit. Hold on, wait. I gotta catch this. Look, he's on a hoverboard. Like a hoverboard. Doesn't it look like a hoverboard right there? Hold on. Wait, hold on. It's like a hoverboard. It's not even like a skateboard. It's like Michael J. Fox on a hoverboard. Look at that. I'm seeing shit around here. Look at this. Hold on, wait. What's that? Is he over there? Hold on. There are a few people camped out. I guess I'm safe. I don't think anyone's going to harass me in the morning. I think this is a safe place. I could make this my home in Denver. I really love this location. It's peaceful. Wow, and then someone else is walking over here. There's a little activity over here. Wow. Michael J. Fox. He's in his own world on the hoverboard. That's so fucking cool. It's not a skateboard. It looks like a hoverboard. Fuck, he's still riding around on it too. You know, I'm probably gonna go and get another beer. I don't know. Well, guess what, Edgelord? You're gonna get a timeout, motherfucker. You're trying to disrupt the show. This is a fun program, and you're trying to fucking disrupt it, dickhead. What are you, a cop? Who the fuck are you, asshole? Pretty lame. lame thing to say. The hated brigade. The hated brigade. You gotta love them. Ultimately.
Now that we've chosen to take all we can, this shade of autumn will stay.
I'm celebrating to myself because I found a better location than where I was. I'm gonna come here every night when I'm done with my shit during the day. I'll tell you that. Who knows? You know, I might get enough entertainment during the day over here too if I'm just sitting here on the internet or whatever. This appeared to be like a low internet zone, but it looks like it's giving a good frequency on the phone here. I don't know. You can see me just fine, it looks like. Nothing like finding a hot spot where you can just hang out, relax, watch people, even talk to people. I feel like I'm more social as a nomad than when I was living in a motel. I felt like more of a hermit in a motel. Yeah, so this is good. I mean, how many bars is this? This is up to 2 bars. That's surprising because the internet's not 4 or 5 bars. It's 2 over here. But yet it's still performing. That's something. But I'll tell you, I feel like I'm more social as a nomad than when I was living in a motel. I feel like I'm in more of a position to be social from where I am. Makes me an observer, even though it might suck in some ways. I like it better than the motel also, because it allows me to be an observer, you know, and I don't have to pay anything to a Patel or anybody like that, or those greedy motels. In Nebraska, I would have to, because of the weather, and plus they probably don't allow camping out in places, or even if they do, it's still the fact that the weather, even if the cops don't care, the weather is just too bipolar over there. I'm better going in the direction I'm going in, ultimately, I would say. Because considering what I'm used to, this feels identical to Arizona. It doesn't rain much here at all. Pools were always closed off during COVID. I couldn't go swimming in a pool. I would have. I wouldn't have been scared to go in even to the motel pool. But during COVID, because I would have worn my pretty female bathing suit, my one piece, I look extremely sexy in, by the way. I got 3 one-piece bathing suits. I own about 3 good ones. One of them looks kind of old lady, like another one looks maybe good. Hey, slow down. Slow down, pal. Hey. Yeah. Did you hear that? Then they're walking in very slowly. Is it closed? They're going back in their car. That's what. So I can't get another beer if I want one. Is that what this is? What's going on? That's crazy. So they sped Nari to come here And they went back in their car again. That means the liquor store's closed. Apparently. Just listen to the speed. Listen to this guy right here. I told you, Denver is lit. It's lit over here. This time of night, people are out. They're out. Kind of spaced out, but they're out. Isn't it? Yeah. But it's us staying in one place making noise in one spot for hours and 15 minutes at a time or 30 minutes at a time or whatever. They're in and out. All different people make noise, so it's like a white noise when everyone makes noise, unless they're being erratic or something. But it doesn't bother me to extent someone underneath me living is blaring music for hours at a time, you know? It's not that bad. It's still sold at 2 a.m. here. You should have listened to Be Early, LOL. What are you talking about? You should have listened to Be Earlier, LOL. That sucks. What do you mean? I got a lot of privacy here, though. Shit, this place is nice at night. I found the grand jewel. A possible place maybe I could permanently sleep. The store looks like it's open. I could try to open the door when I'm done with this. I don't know. Tomorrow's going to be a good day. Tomorrow is going to be a good day. I just sense it. The positivity is up. You know? I just sense tomorrow's going to be a good day, whatever happens. Oh, for lunch today, you know what I had? I didn't do a live stream, you know, because I'm depriving certain people at certain times of the day. But I had Vietnamese food today. I had a Vietnamese pho called Bach Diet. It has tripe, it had rear steak, it had brisket in it, it had vegetables, it had bean sprouts, it had parsley, it had some other spice. I ate this big bowl of pho earlier for lunch. Pho from Vietnamese with rice noodles, a big friggin' bowl. It wasn't cheap, but it was just as much food almost. It was just as satisfying as going to a Chinese buffet. I paid about $15 for it. But since I'm not paying high motel prices, I can swing it if I have to pay a little more for a lunch or something, because I'm not paying those motel prices right now. And I can even wax my friggin' beard. So this whole thing, I might be roughing it, but I'm also saving money. I don't have to give a Patel money. I'll just use Patel, because Patel is the fucking most common name. Potel, Motel, Patel, Motel, Panka Motel. I bet you Panka's relatives are in the motel business. If they're not, it would be a surprise. Well, I would like to do that. The only problem is I'm not in a position at this time to handpick my audience. I wish I was. I would bring a lot of you people who are all about positivity. I'd bring all of you with me. And tonight was a good night. But I could go live tomorrow night, and some stupid troll will try to fuck with me. It's just crazy how it goes. So those people are still around and hovering around my channel. A fucking fat boy in New Jersey who fucking has no life is until he dies off, he's gonna be here pestering people. The only thing that'll stop that motherfucker is death. Literal death. But God is slow. You know what the problem is? Noodles is living. But God is making it so he lives with misery. He's not going to die, but he is like really, he's not going to die right away. He might die within a year or two. But he's going to be living with so much misery, he's going to want to kill himself with one of those 80 guns that he owns. Because God is putting him through so much misery because he's a miserable person. Because he's a miserable person. At least I encourage positivity. Even if people want to hold against me that I threaten to kill people on here, unfairly because they push me to the breaking point. I love women. I love my fellow women. I love anyone who's cool. Just anyone who wants to play it cool. I have all the respect in the world for you. But just don't be a troll. Just don't be a shithead. And I'm even kind of teary-eyed over it now that I'm kind of in my emotions a little bit. But so many people are trolls. And it's just tough to identify sometimes who's who. It's bothered me to some degree. Because I've only wanted to meet good people on here. I never wanted problems. I never did. I'm sorry, I'm just having a moment right now. I never wanted to have problems with anybody. Who the fuck is this? Yeah, I'd like to see you try it. You motherfucker. Oh, fuck, man. I'm in my emotions right now. I'm having a moment where I'm just trying to collect my thoughts. I never wanted to threaten nobody. I never wanted to be a jerk. I never wanted to come off like that. But some people, they just bring it out of you. When they're fucking jerks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, this is a melancholy moment. It's been a good night. I'm having a moment right now. But I never did. It's just people want to be jerks and they want to stalk and be assholes. It's never what I wanted to do. I might have been an asshole at times, yeah, but I never did this horrible shit to anybody. And I'm not a sadist. I don't troll people for sadism. I don't. I mean, if people are easy to troll, I'll just phone call their show if I can make a comedy out of it or something. But I'm not a mean person. I've never done anything to anybody intentionally. You know, if I ever acted out of pain or I was ever a bully to somebody, it's only because I felt like I had to take charge. Because they didn't have a handle in their own life. So while they might have been doing okay with their lives, they still had something missing. They had something missing, and there was something I knew that they didn't know. And I only try to give advice to them. And if they didn't listen to me, then I guess that was on them. But I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm just trying to fucking. I don't know. See, when I'm drinking, it could go either way. I mean, you could get a violent rant, or you could get somebody who's sad. And tonight I'm in a sad mood. I don't have anybody to attack, really, you know? I mean, I don't like to attack people. I really don't. But I hate people when they're condescending as hell, you know? It just bothers me that there are people like this still, and increasingly in these times. And oh, man. Wait, hold on a second. Sorry, oh man. I'm really the Lady Mountain. A class act. Somebody who just wants to make it in the world. It's been very tough for me my whole life. You know what? I'm not blaming my family totally. I have a mom who made mistakes with me. My mom may not have raised me the best. My father can be a major asshole. But despite all that, I'm good, you know? And some of this travel that I've been doing, I've been finding myself. I've been finding out things, you know. It's all necessary. Everything I'm doing is necessary, you know? Tell you motherfuckers what they think I'm an open container in a car or whatever. You know what? I know there's other people who've done fucking much worse around. I'm not even driving, so shut the fuck up, you know? I'm chilling. I live in my friggin' vehicle. That's the current state of things. I hear a train. Oh shit, I hear a train. Is someone trying to hop the train right now? Oh shit, my god, that's like Michael J. Fox. I see that dude on a hoverboard skateboard and I hear the train like in Back to the Future 3. I'm getting Back to the Future reminders here. Board the train! Marty! We're gonna get this up to 88 miles an hour. That's funny. What do we got for radio?
What is your understanding of
for the survivors?
this? Is one of the deadliest such incidents for several years in Ethiopia. We understand that over
Ethiopia?
300.
What's going on in Ethiopia? It's like NPR.
What is your understanding of
What's
this?
this?
How did this attack happen, and who carried it out?
Well, in the past 4 years, Ethiopia has seen similar, ethnic-related attacks and communal clashes, claiming, sometimes hundreds and sometimes thousands of people. But as you said, this is a very high number, a staggeringly high number. And that area, it's in
You're
it's
right,
the western
isn't
part of
it?
the country. It's in
Yeah, I got
states.
15
Those,
minutes if I want to get
own
another
the
beer
largest
if
in the
they're open. It
country,
looks
and
like they're
it's
open.
prone
I'm
to
going to
such,
test the door. If not, I'll just go to the bathroom again.
attacks and attacks against minorities. And according to survivors that we spoke to, they say that the attacks were carried out by an armed group that operates in the area.
You hear a train, you hear people driving. Denver has a lot going on. I will say that even if I'm just passing through, still, I'm having an experience. I'm having fun here. I feel like I'm an observer. I'm like a free agent. This feels great. I feel like I'm an observer. You know, just going around, and I came in with no expectations because I'm passing through. Other cities, I had expectations like Omaha. Houses are cheap here. I have to settle down and get a life. That was my mindset going to Omaha. I have no attachment to Denver. And funny thing is, this could work out better for me than Omaha. That's what's funny. I don't even smoke pot, and I don't really hike up any mountains. These are giant rocky mountains out here. And here I am. And I ask people, I literally ask them, if I'm not into pot or hiking in the mountains or drinking microbrews, do I really belong in Denver? I'm drinking the cheapest beer. I'm smoking cigars. And that isn't what Denver's known for. So wouldn't it be weird if Denver was the place I came to? People are leaving Denver to go to Florida because it's expensive. Or it's maybe a little too liberal for those people. And I left Florida. Who would have ever thought? I was in the Midwest. Why are you encouraging me to go to the Midwest? The Midwest is shit weather. It may seem cheaper, but it wasn't cheaper. The Midwest was not cheap. Let me tell you something. I was paying upwards of $1,400 a month in Omaha. $1,400 a month. You come out west here, it may be more expensive on paper, and it may be more expensive. But at least the weather's nice enough to where you can live outside and use gyms, and you'll be paying way less. It depends on how you look at life. Omaha, with the lack of housing availability, it would ordinarily be cheap, but with the lack of availability and you got to live in motels and that runs you $1,400, That can be more expensive. It absolutely can because of the lack of availability in Omaha. Denver's more expensive, but at least the weather can be nice at times of the year. You can be outside. This reminds me of Oregon for the 3 months of the summer that was really beautiful in Oregon. Only it's now here in Denver. And I remember when I was in Sherwood, housed in a nice neighborhood, okay, housed, living at my parents, and complaining about life, okay? I often wondered about what it would be like. Okay, the days were so nice in the Oregon summer that I could be outside a lot. I took long ass walks. I spent whole days outside for a long time, but then I returned to the home to sleep or did what I did on the internet, whatever, drink beer. But I was outside a lot. I was outside a lot. When I worked my job at Five Guys, I was in and out, and I spent time outside in the sun, literally. And I would go outside and I'd go in and out and outside. And I'd get a little sun while I was at work. And at the nicest months of the year. I'm talking when I was in a comfortable position, and Sherwood. I mean, spiritually, I wasn't right. I hated life. I hated where I was. But the fact is, I was still housed in a nice neighborhood, living with my mom and stepdad. All right? But there were times where I didn't want to be in the house. It was so nice outside for those Oregon summers, the 3 months that were nice. And when I visited here, I fell in love with those summers. And that's what it feels like in Denver right now. What Portland felt to me in the summertime, in July, August. We're in June and Denver's beautiful right now. I'll tell you that. It's beautiful. Um, and But when I was in Oregon, it was so nice out for those 3 months that I wanted to stay outside. I'd walk, I'd soak up the sun, and I'd stay out of the house a long ass time, but then I'd retreat back home to sleep. But living outdoors is almost like what I thought about when I was doing that shit. Like, I could stay outside all day. The weather's so nice. I could stay out all day. Well, I'm on the streets now, and I'm feeling that reality. And spiritually, it's nice. The only thing I hate is that I can't get a shower, but you know what? I keep clean to the best of my ability. I don't smell offensive. I haven't had a shower in 4 fucking days. But I don't smell offensive. I'm delicious. I do what I do. This truck don't smell of BO. In fact, it smells like cleaners. It smells like someone who cleaned their truck. Or uses lotions or whatever. I do what I do. I class it up, whatever I'm doing. Hard time or high time. Hard times or high times. You know what I'm saying? I'm a survivor. I've learned that even if people think that I was spoiled, whether they think what they think about me, okay, haters and people are going to think what they think. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do this live stream now. I'm not even going to check tomorrow all day what people said. If people want to talk about me all day, I'm not going to watch because I'm busy. I live in my truck right now. I can't heat things up in the microwave. I have to get donuts or I have to eat out. But you know what? It's not that much money because I don't have to pay motels. I could wax myself if I wanted to now because I have some money saved from not having to pay motels. So I'm going to get a full wax by the end of the week. I'm going to get a full wax and I'm going to get rid of all this fucking hair right now. I'm going to get rid of this. You bet your ass. And I'm not trying to prove shit to nobody. But the fact that anyone has to say anything at all is just, it's stupid. Because you know something? I'm very big with trans unity, okay? That I have never, ever attacked the 5 o'clock shadow, if anybody had one. I'm like, do your thing. Just do your thing. You pass just fine, okay? I don't know your situation financially, but if you have a 5 o'clock shadow, you still pass very well, honey, sweetheart. You still pass very good, and you look fabulous. It just might be a good idea, though. if you get a little extra money to just do that laser. That's how you gotta talk. You can't make up determinations. You can't be an authority and say this person isn't trans because they. What if this person didn't have any money to friggin' wax themselves? You can't judge people. Tasha, you fucking bitch. Tasha, you fucking cunt. Who the fuck do you think you are? You had preconceived. You felt like you felt shitty toward me, and you were trying to act like a friend. But you're a fake fucking person. You're gonna be in jail soon anyway, Tasha. Cause I'll tell you, something happened to you the other day. I forget exactly what it was, but I read your status message, Tasha. That's what you get for fucking with me. I will speed up the process on you. I'll make sure your life and Noodle's life goes down in a spot. I don't know. You know something, though? I don't even have to try so hard. I just have to live life and I'll be fucking with you. Just by living life. I don't have to plot against you. I'm not plotting against nobody now. I'm in a good space. I'm happy in the way this is right now. Of course, I hope to get housing. I hope to get a shower. I hope to just do everything like a person, but I can't expect to have the automatic expectation that life is going to be normal. And I made that mistake going to Omaha, thinking that my life would get normal. I have to accept the abnormality, the fact that I am a freak. I have to accept that I'm a freak. Not that I didn't, I always did, but that I'm not meant to live a normal life. I'm not meant to be someone who, like, I was around a neighborhood with parents and kids, but I still had hope in Omaha that I would meet another single like myself. But fact is, if I had to play the odds, Denver is family oriented, and there are schools here, but Omaha was too family oriented where they didn't have a single seat. And if there were singles, they just didn't really mingle. And most people were married with children there. And the people who were single, I think, tried to leave. I mean, Denver has more hope from a single standpoint. I will say that, but I think California's better. In Las Vegas, I'll probably stop in Las Vegas to rest, but I don't think I'm going to ever live in Las Vegas. But if I go to Las Vegas, I have to go to that Rockabilly Club. That's a great place. It's like near the Sunset Strip, but it's off the beaten path. But I know there is a Rockabilly place, a club. I have to go to that. Fuck the Strip. I might go to the Strip maybe once and see how it is. But they got Fremont Street and the Strip. I'll go there. I'll film it. But a lot of people have filmed that already. I'll just do it once. Because everyone's covered what the Strip and what Fremont Street is like and all that kind of thing. But there is a Rockabilly Club in Vegas that I have to see. And I have to go to at least 2 all-you-can-eat buffets. And I got to do them 2 days in a row. And just not eat between them. Who wants to see me eat 2 consecutive all-you-can-eat buffets in 2 days in Las Vegas? Who wants to see that? Who wants to see me go to a Chinese buffet? Fuck Golden Corral with this case. But a Chinese buffet or maybe an American food buffet. I'll do 2 different buffets 2 days in a row in Las Vegas if I go there. If I have 2 buffets, I want to pick 2 good buffets. 2 of the best. Oh, you know what I have to do too? Look, the Heart Attack Grill. I have to do the Heart Attack Grill. There's this place in Vegas called the Heart Attack Grill. Has anyone ever... They give you huge portions. I think they give you free food if you're... There's like some stipulation where if you're over 400 pounds, you get free food or something. It's like they try to kill the undesirables, like the people who love to eat and they have a horrible addiction. It's like they like to kill them. They'll give you free meals if you're really out of shape or something. And they'll stack your plate up high or whatever. But I think I can handle the Heart Attack Grill. What do you think? Do you think I can handle the Heart Attack Grill? Don't you think I got to go to the Heart Attack Grill? That would mean 4 days in Vegas, maybe 5, or maybe a whole week in Vegas. I'll spend. Maybe I'll spend the whole week in Vegas. I'll go to the Heart Attack Grill, and I'll go to 2 buffets. I'll do them 3 days in a row, or maybe 3 out of 4 days. Maybe 2 one day off eating shit that I own, and then the 4th day I'll probably do, I don't know, maybe Heart Attack Grill on the 4th day. I gotta sign up for Planet Fitness so I can get free pizza. Oh my God, I forgot about that. I'll get all the free pizza in the world now. I'm gonna sign up for Planet Fitness when I go to LA. My God, I'm living the life right now. You don't even realize, I don't even fully, but you know what? I'm living the life right now. Out of a truck. I'm living the life. I just hope my truck stays good from so much sitting in it. I hope I don't fucking... Oh, man. But yeah. Wow. That's one plus to being a Planet Fitness customer. Hey, Coates, you got the right idea there. But Coates, I'm going to tell you something right now, Coates. My official message to Coates is this, okay? Coates, I don't agree with you on the trans thing. But where I do agree with you is you are attacking certain scumbags that I have had problems with, Coates. And Coates, I know you like trans women. I know all about it. So if you try to front like you don't, let's just stop right now, okay? But you and I have common enemies, okay? That's the bottom line, Coates. And it turns out I'm probably going to go to Planet Fitness and I'm going to get free pizza like you, and I'm going to exercise to Whitney Houston. Or if not Whitney Houston, Gloria Estefan. Or maybe Huey Lewis. Yep. Yep. That free pizza. Now, he's not here, that's why. But that free pizza, I wonder how good that Planet Fitness pizza is. What do they get for pizza? Papa John's? I think they might get Papa John's. I'm not sure. I think Planet Fitness, I think they get Papa John's pizza or something. But still, hey, free pizza. What the fuck, you know? Even if it's Domino's, hey, free pizza. Christ, and you're a member of a gym? Christ, I'm hungry after working out. I'll eat any pizza. You know, I'll eat it. I don't care at that point. And I'm a pizza snob too, but hey, I'd still take free pizza, even if it was Papa John's, Domino's, or whatever. Planet Fitness offering free pizza, that is a plus. You know, that is a total plus. Right there. Papa John's, yeah, you know something? Someone gave the opinion now that John Schnatter's not there that Papa John's tastes better. And this guy was a Republican who supported Donald Trump, okay? A landlord I had in South Carolina. He supported Donald Trump, and he thought Ron DeSantis would be good, okay? But he told me that he thought Papa John's got better when John Schnatter left. The sauce got better or something. I guess the sauce wasn't as sweet or something. I had a pizza with a bunch of stuff, and he said, here, have a piece. And I had a piece, but I couldn't really taste the sauce because there was so much stuff on it, you know. I'd have to have like a cheese pizza from Papa John's to know for sure. But I'm just going by what I heard. The Papa John's did get better since John Schnatter left. I did hear that even with Shaquille O'Neal as an executive CEO, the pizza is better now at Papa John's. Can you believe that? That with Shaquille O'Neal in place of him, the pizza is now better? That's what I hear. As crazy as it sounds, that's what I hear. Why do you want to know, Assyrian Weewagon? You just an Elvis Travels troll who is trying to make me your new target? It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. Melton, don't be bad, but I'm a Republican trans who agrees they're better now. Oh my God, are you Hispanic too? Let me ask you if you're Hispanic as well. Tell me a little more about you. Let me see if this all adds up. I get this vibe from you, Melton John Claude, that you might be Hispanic. I don't know for sure, but I kind of get this vibe that you're kind of like an American Hispanic, maybe. Am I right or am I wrong? Oh, the native background. Okay, I think that might have been what I was reading because some Hispanic people have native in them too. Is your name Brock by chance? Is your name happen to be Brock? Because there was this guy years ago. He called himself Brock. He lived in Missouri. Are you in Missouri by chance? Let me play a little Russian roulette in a weird kind of way. Are you from Missouri? Let's see how right I am. Or if I'm wrong. Is my radar right or is it wrong tonight? Are you from or near Missouri by chance? Funny thing is, my family on my mom's side tried to push that we all had Native American blood in me, right? And I didn't believe it for a minute. I didn't believe that we had that much in us, you know? So you're a Michigan Native American. Interesting. You're not from the Plains, but you're from Michigan. Okay. Because I know the Plains has a lot of Native Americans. Colorado. But yeah, so anyways, my family on my mom's side, my non-Italian side, tried telling me that we had Native American in us, and you come from General Burgoyne or whatever. But General Burgoyne was French. But they wanted to believe they had Native American. My grandmother, my mother, and whoever else tried to push that we were Native American. But I'm like, I don't see any Native features in any of us. I mean, my uncle looks Irish, and my other uncle looks Greek. I mean, we're really not Native Americans per se. But now, if I look Native American, okay, which I do, okay. You think I look Native? How much Native American do you think I look like? Okay, look at my hair for a second. Do I look Native American to you? What do you think? I'll tell you the whole story, okay? Where do I look like I'm from? If I'm like Native American, like what do I pass as, for instance? But I'll tell you the story, but I want your opinion though. Like, look at me for a minute. Look, this is my hair right here. You see nice long hair and all that right there. Right. I know. Melton John the Third. This is funny. I have to mod you. My God, this is great. I have literal fans coming in here now. Admirers that remember that I made Brillo pads out of my own fucking hair. That's something. How thick is my hair? It can be thick, you know. I mean, my hair is straight now. I haven't even washed it yet. It looks like I washed my hair, but I didn't. I didn't take a shower for 4 fucking days. You know, I'm kind of struggling with my shaving and all that because that's why I'm getting the whole thing waxed when I get a friggin' chance. That will solve this problem for a bit. I have more to pay for it now because I'm not. What time is it? I might have to go into the store again, see if they're open. Shit. It looks like they're open, but I can't really friggin' tell. Hold on, I'll be right back. I just gotta finish up here. I still got this drink. This is a slow drink, and I'm buzzed too. I still feel like I'm getting the effects. I don't even have to drink it real fast. It's still going here. You don't look mixed with Native? Well, the determination I come from is I'm from an indigenous people in Italy, central Italy, okay? We're kind of like Native Americans, But we're not Native Americans, but some of us migrated to the United States in the 1920s and the 1910s. But we're really we're like the equivalent to Italian Native Americans and stuff like that. Central Italy. There was a tribe called the Ancient Etruscans. And I feel I'm really descended from the Ancient Etruscans. This Turkish, like this Turkish native kind of tribe that were in the European nations and stuff. In Venice, Italy was one of those and stuff. So I look native. I'm from an indigenous tribe in Italy. Even though it wasn't the United States, I still feel like when I see Native Americans and I talk with them that I have a lot in common with Native Americans, actually. I feel like I'm one and the same almost with Native Americans. I'm very cool with Native Americans. So, in that event, I'd say that I'm the equivalent, my ancestry from Italy is the equivalent to a Native American Indian. If you have to put two and two together and shit. But I gotta take a break. I gotta get out of here and finish this and see if that liquor store is still open. If I'm lucky, I might be able to get another beer, but I don't know. We'll see. Native pride. Yeah, I respect that. Sure, native pride. Yeah, all day, every day, right? Sure. Yeah. I'm back. So I got now, they're closed. They're not open. I'll just have to wait till tomorrow. I just found such a good place. I'm so happy I found this place. I'll tell you, this is a great place to sleep. I'll tell you right now. Got my water. About these Sears. I'm probably going to get Superior beer. They have Superior, which I haven't seen anywhere. There's Spanish beer, Superior. And then they have some beer from Colorado. I think it's a microbrew. Excuse-moi. That's one thing I do say. Believe it or not, I don't think you ever heard me say it. Some sort of passing someone, right? I'll say excuse me, but I'll also say excuse-moi. Excuse-moi. I'll actually say excuse-moi. I will. I was around enough French people, I guess, where I picked that up kind of like excuse-moi. And I'll pass it. Excuse-moi. You're buzzing with me. Yeah, you buzz with me all you want, you know, because you're a fan of mine, and I treat my fans great. Okay? Fans can be great people, okay? But the fans that are stalkers, and they try to infect your everyday life, like Robert De Niro with Wesley Snipes and the fan, that's no good. But having fans is great. Like, if they're true fans, and they're mimicking you, and they're repeating your catchphrases. That's fun to me. I really love people like that. If they're fans in that way, hell, I'll welcome that. That's like the old YouTube on here. That's like the old YouTube. I got some pepper pod lotion right now. Shit, I squirted that. Where the fuck did I squirt that? Some squirt went flying over here. It's like a bunch of cum. Fucking went over here and shit. God, see, I'm entertaining. You never know what I'm going to say, what I'm going to do. I could be casting a spell right now. This is so rapid. This is so rapid. That's right. This is so nice in there. I can't see myself getting, I hope I don't. But I also can't see myself getting hassled over here, right? Oh, you gotta move. You can't be here. Apparently, I didn't pick a Hispanic enough place full of immigrants. Apparently, there was still enough space for a white Karen to tell me I can't be in this spot. Because I was sleeping so long, because I made myself so comfortable, I slept so long, and then the day says, like, oh, you know, I'm surprised you didn't get towed here. You can't sleep here. But God's on my side. God doesn't want me to get towed. There's a cop car behind me today, you know what? He didn't want to pull me over. He didn't want to. I wasn't even wearing sometimes I drive without a seatbelt too, like I'm in New Hampshire. There's states where a seatbelt law, all states require seatbelts besides New Hampshire. But at the same time, there's certain states, Nebraska, Colorado, they might have a seatbelt law more than New Hampshire, but it doesn't mean they always enforce it either. So you could I drive without a seatbelt over here. More times than not. Believe it or not, I do. I drive without a seatbelt. You know? And it's not an issue. In Massachusetts, they have you so scared of that. Like, oh, you have to have a seatbelt on. This is Massachusetts. They're very strict. Only when you go to New Hampshire, you don't have to wear a seatbelt. But there's only one state, New Hampshire supposedly on paper is the only state you don't have to wear a seatbelt in, but I swear Nebraska and Colorado don't have that law. I think they have the law on paper, but it isn't like they don't enforce it, though, really. Because I felt very comfortable not wearing a seatbelt in Nebraska and not wearing a seatbelt in Colorado. Even if the law is on the books, it doesn't feel like it is. I'll just say that. Even though New Hampshire's the only state where you cannot wear a seatbelt. Even Nebraska and Colorado have those in place. It doesn't feel, it feels like Nebraska and Colorado. It feels like they don't have a seatbelt law either because they just don't enforce it a whole lot. A cop could see you, could be side by side with you, they could look around, and if you're not wearing a seatbelt, they'll pull you. They really don't pull you in Nebraska for that. You have to be speeding or something. Then if they see that, it's like, oh, yeah, that might be an extra, but it's not a big deal. You know, there are a handful of states where maybe the law is on the books that you have to wear a seatbelt, but they're not so near the state where they'll hold it against you. You know, unless it's an extra, maybe, if you get a ticket for something else, but you don't get the vibe that they're very stringent with it either. So you could actually be in Colorado and not wear a seatbelt as if the law says you have to, as if the law says you don't have to wear a seatbelt. Or in Nebraska, if you, like, even if the law says you have to, they're not stringent on it. So it's almost equal to New Hampshire in a way, if they're not as stringent about it. So you could actually drive around in certain other states without a seatbelt on with more ease. Like you're in New Hampshire, believe it or not. Yeah. Yeah. In many days I drive here in Denver, or wherever, Omaha, wherever the hell I was, I didn't wear a seatbelt. Like I was in New Hampshire. And you can do it. Even if the law is on the books that you have to, it's less stringent than other states. So it's almost like they permit you to do it in a weird way. Some fun fact to know, isn't it? You travel and you feel the vibe and you just do what the vibe is, you know? If I was in Chicago, I'd feel like I'd have to have it on, more than likely. LA? LA is wait and see, I guess. But since LA is tropical, it's kind of hectic within itself, I'm sure you could get away with not wearing a seatbelt there if you wanted to do that, huh? Hey, you're free to do what you want to do, right? In the United States, you're free to do what you want to do, really. It was really people in Massachusetts who tried to make you scared of not wearing a seatbelt. When you go all these other places, you find, wait a minute, I actually can go without a seatbelt if I want. I could even, you know, oh, I'm not going to get into it, but kind of like, you know, yeah. Click it or ticket was Massachusetts. Click it or ticket was the slogan of Massachusetts. It was Oklahoma's too, because I thought that was Massachusetts all the way. Click it or ticket was all Massachusetts, dude. They were all about that in Massachusetts. But I understand why that law would be in place if people drive irresponsibly. But if people drive responsibly, they should have the right to not have to wear it also. The state has to be bad. People have to have such low self-control if they set those laws to begin with. That's my take. If the people have such low control, then they have to live by that. That's just how it goes, you know. But they must have done something. More people as a collective had to have done something wrong for that seatbelt law to take effect, as well as gun control. You know, I mean, that's my take on everything. But so while it seems like I vote the way of gun control and banning AR-15s, the truth is I really don't. I just hate that maniacs can have these guns and shoot up schools and all that. But that's neither here nor there. I feel like eating a donut right now. Actually, I'm gonna dig into a donut. I'm gonna eat a donut right now. Actually, hold on a sec here. Phone sliding off. I had enough to drink. I didn't really need another beer. I mean, I'm staying. Oh, I'm fucking sliding the phone all over this fucking place, dude. I got a donut right here. I got donuts. I got a whole fucking thing of donuts today. Look. I can practically. I'm gonna dig in. I want a chocolate donut. I might even have 2 donuts today. Whatever I fucking feel like I'm gonna have. That's all I'm gonna say. I got 12 donuts for $5.99. Wait a minute. What the fuck, dude? Hold on a second. Turn these lights on here. We're gonna eat donuts. Couple donuts. I think we'll eat 2. I think we'll eat a powdered and we'll eat a chocolate. I want the chocolate one right there. That's what I fucking want. I want a chocolate one. Look. This is the one I want. Look. Look at that. Chocolate. Honey dipped. Look. Well, they have a white filling inside. Still good though. Mmm. 5 hours. I can't believe I did 5 hours in the position I'm in by now. Melton John can do it all. Nothing else to say. I'm the best in the game. I'm really the best in the game. Oh. That was good. This one. A powdered white donut. Powdered donut. Mmm. Mmm. Hmm. Hey, 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 hey. Hmm. Part of me wishes I was a fat girl, you know? I was a happy fat girl putting on pounds, eating donuts. Like the feedy, you know the feedy types? They eat and gain weight. No, that. I started thinking to myself, hey, if I had the right partner, was perfect in every way almost, but in order to keep them, I had to gain weight because they would do so much to me, to do so much for me to enrich my life. But the stipulation they had was I would have to gain weight. I would do it. I would do it for the right person. I would eat whatever they wanted me to eat. And that was their main pleasure in life, and they were good for me in every single way. I would take that trade off. I would be a fat 6'4.5" BBW. After all, women should come in all shapes and sizes, right? No law that says a woman has to be under 6 foot tall. There's no law that says that. I think of right now. In general, when you're walking around, you see someone real tall and they're a female. The first thought that comes to my mind when they're a tall female is you have to covet them. They are like a total prize, totally. And plus, I speak for that percent because I identify as a female, but I'm 6'4.5". So to all my female sisters out there who are tall, you do your fucking thing. You are sexy. You are hot. You are big boned, and you are perfect, and you look beautiful in whatever you're wearing. That's my key words for all my tall sisters out there in America or around the world. You tall ladies out there are sexy as fuck. You keep doing you. And that's all there is to it. Anyone else have anything to say before I shut this stream down? And oh, maybe that's why I like Facey so much. Because she's sassy. She admits she's an asshole. Even though I know she really isn't. Actually admits she's an asshole actually makes her less of an asshole. That's why I wanted Facey over here. Plus, Facey is 6'3". Height is a big deal. In a lot of ways. Height is a big deal. I'm very tall. And you know what? Nice night tonight. You look very sexy. Someone just walked by. Well, she's walking with the purpose. I'll tell you that. Jesus Christ. I was just talking about tall women, right? I don't know how tall that one is. She might be 5'8". I don't know. But Anyways, yeah, so what I was saying was, she did look at me once, though. But anyways, yeah. So when it comes to tall women, there's always that extra aura about them. And me being tall and being trans, I feel like I'm in the total same class as them. Whether they've lived as a woman their whole life, and I've lived as a woman for 3, maybe to 4 years of my life, if you want to count some other times or whatever. But I feel like I am on total equal ground with all the tall ladies out there who are huge, who are just, they tower over a lot of the guys they even meet, you know? Or even if some are lesbians, whatever the case may be. So, does anyone have anything to say before I shut this down? Scream what out the window? What do you want me to scream out the window? LA's got a lot of short people. Well, America now has a lot of short people. There used to be more tall people when I was growing up. I don't know what the hell happened. Everyone seemed to get short. I noticed when the class of 2001 started coming into the high schools, the kids started getting smaller. I wonder if that has something to do with it. It was the times changing, because kids in 96, 97, 98 were pretty tall. Some of them, there were more tall kids, I know, back in the day. And I happen to be a relic. I happen to be a remain from that time when there was more 6'4" people, even in the state of Massachusetts. There was more people 6'4" over there, believe it or not, when I was growing up. Regardless of the stereotype, the people were short and Irish and bald or whatever. There were tall kids where I went to school, I'll tell you. There were more than just one, too. There weren't tons and tons, but there were more than there is now, and more than what I see. There was this guy I played basketball against, okay, years ago. They called him Waldo Hall. His name was Mike Hall, but his nickname was Waldo Hall. And he was Jewish. But Waldo Hall was his nickname. I have no idea why they called him Waldo. I saw him as like a pretty decent basketball player in some ways, but he was like big and fat kind of and tall. He wasn't easy to guard, but I could guard him. He was kind of like one of those types. He was kind of tough to guard. He was like 6'5" or something. And I was like almost his height. And so when I blocked him, he was like bewildered when I blocked him, because he saw me as someone I didn't have as much experience, you know. I was from the Special Olympics, and I was moving up the levels gradually. But I got to his level, and even if he knew he wasn't the best player, he thought he was ahead of me so much that when I blocked his shot, he was just so amazed. Like, you blocked me. Wow, you blocked me. He says to me. I was always the underdog going into everything that I've done. I was always the underdog, okay? That's just facts, you know? Normally it's Berg, Witz, Gold, Sternstein, but Bergs is not Jewish, it turns out. The Bergs are like the Bergs, he's not Jewish. Underdogs are the best, that's right. You gotta root for the true underdogs. Don't always root for the underdogs if they're scumbags, you know? Now, that's where rooting for the underdog could go wrong, if they're a total scumbag. Then you might want to watch out for voting for the underdog in that case. There's a fine line. Like there's some people who believe every single time you have to go for the underdog, even if they are a scumbag, and even if they are a womanizer. They're the underdog, so he's the best because he's the underdog. It's not always like that. You have to kind of be somewhat decent also to be a true underdog, I feel. You can't be a womanizer. You can't always say these crazy ass things. You can't always be just because you're the underdog and you happen to be the biggest asshole for an underdog. That still doesn't give you the excuse to vote for the underdog. You have to have some level of decency to have that appeal. Is what I really believe. Yeah, like Rocky Balboa. That's in Daniel. Even Daniel LaRusso. That's a good example, I think. You know what was funny? Remember that song Daniel by Elton John? What I find funny about Daniel by Elton John, right, is he wrote that song years ago about Daniel, my brother. There you go. Oh, see. Yeah, but he wrote Daniel, my brother, okay? But what's coincidental is Daniel, the Karate Kid in movie 2, was on a long plane ride to Japan. I'm thinking Elton John's Daniel set the stage maybe for the Karate Kid. What do you think? If you really want to think deep into this, he mentions Daniel, and yet Daniel Russo ended up being real famous in the Karate Kid, and he rode tonight on a plane. Yeah, Elton John, I think, set the energy out for Daniel to ride the plane to Okinawa. Maybe. But yeah, no one really totally knows that. But I see the intuition. I think Elton John set the stage maybe for that. Now, if you want to look at some other songs, right, from famous singers, okay, like if you want to look at Elton John, like Honky Cat, okay, Honky Cat, I think resembles the Honky Tonk Man in WWF. Get back, Honky, because Honky Tonk Man was hated, so people are like, get away, Honky Tonk Man. And maybe Get Back, Honky Cat, and talking about redneck ways and stuff in that song, and change is going to do me good. I think that was the Honky Tonk Man, possibly, that Elton John was really singing about. Do you kind of see how maybe Honky Tonk Man might have been the manifestation of Elton John? And Honky Cat? Maybe. Maybe. Because Honky Tonk Man was pretty flamboyant. I'll say that right now. Maybe he was a total, even though he's imitating Elvis, how do you know he's not the manifestation of Elton John? I've wondered about that. Elton John could have been, I mean, you hear songs like I'm Still Standing. Who do you think of? That came out before Rocky. That came out, I think, at the same time as Karate Kid, maybe a year before that. All these stories of people who still stood. And it really applies to all those movie heroes. Terminator, Rocky. So if you really want to read into this, Elton John could have played a big part in influencing the world. And maybe putting spells on things through his music. He could have actually done that. And maybe that's why I named myself Melton John. Maybe because I idolized Elton John in that way. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. You know? I named myself Melton John, maybe because I look up to greatness, and Elton John was great. Absolutely. What else did he sing? Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. That was The Wizard of Oz. Okay. Um, what else? That was after The Wizard of Oz. But what are you trying to think? Tiny Dancer. Anything else? There's Tiny Dancer. Who else? He did one song. I don't want to go out with you like that. Don't want to be a fella in your cab. I think of what that manifested. I can't tell with that one. But Elton John did a series of songs. I know. Philadelphia Freedom. Rocky. Maybe Rocky. With Philadelphia Freedom. Shine a light. Shine a light. You could hear that song playing when Rocky was fighting, more than likely. Even though it wasn't in any of the movies, you could picture it, kind of. He used to be a rolling stone. This Philadelphia free. Probably Rocky. He probably was referencing Rocky. Or at least talking as if he was Rocky from the future, maybe, back at the time he made it up. It's almost like he predicted Rocky in a weird way. I don't know. I think this made Elton John possibly greater if he did all this stuff. What else did Elton John say? He was in We Have a World. We know that casted a lot of things out into the world and the universe. Yeah, if I went to Philly, I would like to see the exact neighborhood Rocky grew up in. I always wanted to see that. Did I used to smoke cigarettes? You always thought your voice was cool and smooth. Is my voice cool and smooth now? You're saying that it was then, but it isn't now? What do you mean? I have a gravel sound to my voice? If so, it comes with age. Why do I sound like I'm a smoker by chance? I sound like I'm a smoker? I'll tell you the story if you give me your opinion. But you're saying that okay, gravel and smooth. Oh, that's good. At least you say I'm smooth still. Well, I'll tell you what, I've smoked several cigars. I'm not a cigarette smoker, but I have smoked cigars quite a bit. Several cigars, too many, a lot of cigars. But my teeth are still white. I still have all my teeth. It didn't rot my teeth out. I have like no cavities. I'm not losing any teeth. So maybe it did. Maybe I'm coming down with a little bit of a hoarseness. I don't know. Maybe I am. I'm not sure totally. So I don't know, honestly. Because my grandfather had false teeth for many years. He was also bald. I didn't inherit the baldness though. And I have good teeth. Both my grandparents had false teeth. And I have no idea when they both lost their teeth at different times. But both my grandparents had false teeth. And baldness also ran in my family. I don't know. I think maybe 40s. Because back then, there might not have been all the care products and all that. So I know in the old days they lost teeth easily if they didn't have the products to clean or whatever. They didn't. Yeah, protection 801. Had that too, like a radio voice. Well, I had a radio voice that even when I was 19. You know, I was en route to be the next Michael Savage at one time. I ranted about creeps and hitchhikers and how the world is crazy and you could be picking up a creep if you see someone on the side of the road and you pick them up. You never know who you could be picking up. You could be picking up a creep, for Christ's sakes. That's how I used to commentate before the internet, when I voice recorded. I was like, yeah, this world is so nuts. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. If it gets any more fucked up in this country, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave the United States of America because this country is so crazy that when you pick it up a hitchhiker, you never know what you're going to be picking up. You're going to be picking up a creep, probably, in more cases than not. That's how I used to commentate. Voiceovers in movies, huh? What kind of movies? Cartoon movies or just like happenings? Like well, this guy was younger. He got into a lot of trouble. Okay. And this guy did a lot of dealings with the mafia. He cut deals and some things went wrong and they wanted to go after him and life hasn't been the same for this guy. And I feel bad for him and his family, but life goes on, I guess. So now on to the rest of the movie here, and I hope you enjoy the show. Where would you decide to live besides the USA? I was thinking Nigeria. Honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but maybe Nigeria. Yeah, I know. Well, Burbank might be where I'm going. Maybe I'll finally become that cartoon artist I wanted to become. Or maybe that cartoon voice. Maybe that kind of shit, huh? Imagine if I could get big doing that. Imagine that. Imagine I could go from living in my truck to a millionaire. Wouldn't that be a great story? And I'm in this mansion that's so big. And I'm like, hey, look, I got this now, but I used to live in that truck right there. And that truck still runs. It's got 200,000 miles on it now or more. You can drive it. It may not be as good, but that truck still got me through everything. And here I am with the $1 million house right here, a $3 million house. But I used to be in rags. I used to carry my stuff. But the weather was nice. I was in Colorado. I was here. I was there. And I went to LA to start a new life. And sure enough, this is where I made the most of everything. And I'm a millionaire now. Imagine if it became something like that, or I could actually be a millionaire from the position I'm in now. Wouldn't that be a great underdog story? If me living in my truck right now, being all that I have. But then again, you gotta wonder. You could have even more money in the bank, and you can willingly do this if you really want. After all, this was still a choice I made. I'm not 100% out of money. I still have some. I just don't want to spend it all on those motels. So I'm trying something else where I can still eat out and I won't have any guilt toward eating out because I'm not paying high rent right now. That's a burden off my back that I don't have to deal with. If I had to get that off my back, that was meant to happen, you know? Plus I'd be draining my main fund is money if I kept doing it. So I have to conserve some of that money for a later date. So I just decided, hey, I'm going to leave Omaha as soon as possible. I'm going to try something new. So if I ever need that extra money for a rainy day to live in a motel or wherever, assuming I'm struggling, I can have it. And I'm not spending it all in Omaha. So I did my main funder a favor by doing that. Also, so now when I dip into that money to take to rent a room or whatever, right? At least now I know it's either going to be in Las Vegas or Los Angeles. I'm going to get the most of those motel dollars if I even do that again. But as things stand now, I'm very sick of motels. And this is why I'm living this way. Because motels really suck to live in. Especially if you're burnt out on them, you've been to so many of them. It gives you PTSD. It can give you PTSD. Because there's a lot of behavior problems living in motels, too. And for the prices you pay, it really shouldn't be that way, but they still manage to afford their rooms somehow, even if they're loud and they're scummy or whatever the case may be. I chose this over motel life because it's more solitude for me. When I'm done with the stream, I'm probably going to get ready for bed, and I'm probably going to get a good night's sleep tonight in here. Hopefully. Nobody disrupted me in the morning here. Huh? So with all that being said, if no one, at least David, yes, you do. You save more when you don't go into a motel, even if you have to sacrifice some other things. Hey, I figure, hey, it gets hot every day. Even if you take a shower and you go out, you're gonna salt your clothes up no matter what. So might as well wear one set of clothes for a long time and then put those away and then dig into a new set. Because I'd feel more guilty if here I am going through 5 changes of clothes because they all got sweaty so soon. Instead, I immersed one set of clothes in a bunch of sweat, and now I'm on to a new set of clothes right now. So there. I mean, if I have to do that in the meantime to save money, I'll do it. And then I'll have the memory of doing it. So if I really want to do it again, I can transition pretty good into this, knowing I've done it before. I won't be so scared if I don't have a place to live. I can just do this. It's not noodles. I don't believe it's noodles. I really don't. This person doesn't talk like noodles. Liberals. You have to talk about liberals with heavy head. Well, Melton John imitation. I am a liberal. I do identify with liberalism more than conservatism. I didn't know you were a heavily political person, though. You mentioned it first. I didn't mention it, for the record. But yes, I am a liberal, as a rule. Either use the same clothes as long as they look and smell clean, makes your clothes last longer. So why do they make you last longer? Like when you get more wear out of them with sweating them, somehow that makes them last longer. I'm lost with that. It's getting late right now. I'm ready to turn this off and possibly take a nap very soon. It's about, what time is it? 12:59. All right. Choose the same clothes as long as I already read that. Yeah, for sure. You were in Colorado? I'm in Colorado now. I left Nebraska. I'm in Denver right now. I am in Denver in the Mexican barrios. That's where I'm at right now. Camping out. In my truck. In parking lots. That's where I'm at right now. I drove from Omaha to Denver. I'm in Denver now. I think the weather's comfortable. It's not raining like it is in Nebraska. I'm pretty sure Nebraska is raining right now still. Every other night or every night. Are you, for real, you are? Yeah, well, that time I guess is coming on, but I was in Denver since Friday, dude. I went to Denver on Friday. Is that where you went to? Inglewood? Inglewood kind of reminded me of Nebraska in a weird way. Bellevue, kind of like a more updated Bellevue, maybe. Inglewood kind of reminds me of. Yeah, Denver is where I'm at right now. Denver is pretty lit. There's a lot of action over here. People racing the streets. I hear a lot of motors racing. And lights. It's almost like Nebraska's upgraded brother or something. That's what Colorado's like kind of like how Nebraska is now 30 to 40 years ago was Colorado probably what Nebraska is today. Bottle, there's like 4 fake mountains in here. Yeah, but none of them are noodles though. None of them are noodles. I can just tell by the way they're talking. None of them are noodles. In case anyone's worrying about that. Well, I'm gonna wrench Pinocchio right now. Just in case there's a few jokers around. The main joker of the show here. I gotta rest. Shit, hold on a sec. Look at my toothbrush here. Damn it. How did it go? This is weird. Is it? Wait a minute. Shit, am I missing it? What the hell? This is weird. Usually I have it right here. I don't know what happened. Too fucking tired for this. Come on. Jesus Christ. Damn it. Check the edges here. At those, but my other one had some use left in it. But it's hiding on. Oh, here it is. It fell on the fucking floor, for Christ's sakes. Here I was rubbing through this shit while I'm losing other things. And then I find it right here. I love Colorado. Seems like time just slows down when you were there. So you think it's more relaxing than Nebraska, huh? For real? It's a weird way I kind of think it is, too. Wait a minute. Lack of housing, that's why. It is, isn't it? Because you gotta go to the nice weather to live outside to dodge this housing issue. But in Nebraska, you can't. You have to be in motels if you can't get out. Because I don't think they'll allow too many living outside. Plus the bad weather there. I don't think you can live outside very long. I get that vibe from Nebraska. It's very tough to live outside because even when it's warm, it still downpours horribly. That would be very tough to be outside, I think, there. Whether it's winter or whether it's warmer, because they got those crazy rains. So, what do you mean? What is official manipulation by design? Nebraska? It might be, because I think they make it that way on purpose. That's probably why new people don't really come to Nebraska, because I just think the state wants to keep everything the same. Even if it's not particularly a bad state, I just think it's so old fashioned. They kind of want to keep it the same. That's my take on it. Who? What's BlackRock? What are you talking? I have no idea what that is. Oh yeah. Listen up. It's quiet. I don't hear anything right now. Davin. No, Davin, you're out of here. Time those people out who say, hello, sir, how are you? Because they're trying to bust my balls. So you have all permission to kick those asshole trolls out of here. Okay? Hopefully, if you see how bad they are, you won't even have to do it on my command. You'll just do it because it's wrong to do. They're clearly individuals who are not respecting my basic rules of the chat. It won't even feel like I have rules in here if everyone just keeps it fun, like how it should be. BlackRock owns a crazy. Alright, well, 22 viewers at this time. A lot of people are not typing in here. You almost did, but didn't want to misstep. Okay, but now you know at least, though, so. And plus, you've been following me. If you've been following my channel, hey, you must know everything about me, right? You know that I'm a trans person and that I'm working on the whole transition, and I'm not the person that I was supposedly born as. Back when I was young, instead of John, I wanted to be called Jay. That was a neutral name a little bit more for me. So maybe that's really why I did it. 'Cause back then I was trans, even if I didn't know the term existed or what it was. I just know I'd rather have been called Jay instead of John when I was young. So some people started calling me Jay. And the only one who didn't want to call me Jay was my father. He really didn't want to. I had a boss. I had a boss who used to address me, right? When I got one of my first jobs at this pizza place called Papagino's. It's a chain up in the Northeast, right? You know what he addressed me as? He's like, John Jay, whatever you want to be called, sweep the floor. John Jay, whatever you want to be called, sweep the floor. He'd say something like that. Imagine that. John Jay, whatever you want to be called, sweep the floor. I'm a recent fan, about 6 months maybe. I know a good amount, but still, okay, good. Well, I'm glad you learned about the individual and the life, the superstar known as Melton John, the potential superstar of the making. 14 years in the internet game, 14 years of YouTube, and more years on other websites here. 20-something years experience. 20 years experience at least on the internet right now. Between Yahoo Chat, between Hotmail, between AOL Messenger, between MySpace, between Plenty of Fish, City Data, YouTube, all these sites that I frequented all these friggin' years on here. I'm feeling cold. I'm feeling cold right now. The weather has got so cold at night. God, it's cold out. Ooh, I might have to put a sweatshirt on. I'm glad I got a sweatshirt. I know, Anna. Isn't it great to be talking to a living legend right now? Someone you can put in the same conversation as Elizabeth Taylor. The same conversation as the boss Bruce Springsteen. The same, even though I'm not even famous, you can still put me in the same conversation as a lot of these celebrities. I will say that right now. That shows to me that I'm very underlooked. That I should have made the big time a long time ago, but it just didn't happen. And maybe all these other people are right. They tried telling me, go to Atlanta or go to Los Angeles. Oh, you'd make it there. And I didn't believe them. But now I'm starting to believe them. The more things haven't gone well for me in all these other so-called places that I was piddling around and wasting time in. I should have been chasing show business. You know? I should have been. You have to make a few videos on YouTube years ago. All my same shit, but I was about to get my first pay out. Then I get a bullshit message from YouTube claiming fraud, saying I was clicking on my own ads to drive. I don't know about that. You ever waved me back for beefing with a guy named Edible Napalm? Wait 1 second. Edible Napalm is Pete's of my mind, isn't he? They both look so alike. Edible Napalm, I think, is Pete's of my mind, isn't he? Grown up. It is, isn't it? They gotta be related. But Edible Napalm, where is that guy? Is Edible Napalm still around? That's a classic thing you remember. Now I remember. Now that you brought it to my attention, I remember part of it. You remember a lot of it, though, huh? He was a large atheist. Yeah, very liberal. Yeah, definitely. Um, but Pizza of My Mind is like the modern day Edible Napalm. Okay, you know that guy Pizza in My Mind and Chantal Foodie Beauty? I think Pizza in My Mind is like the modern day Edible Napalm. Even if they're not the same person, aren't they very close? They are very close. Don't you think they could be related if they're not the same person? I think they could be related. But Edible Napalm was crazier than Pete's, though. But they kind of look like they could have been related, though, to a point. Yeah, they do. $5 and 49 minutes. I can't believe I've gone this long. So that means I started this at around 7:30. Wow. I can't believe it. All right, Pinocchio, thank you. I gotta get some sleep here. Man, I picked a good spot. Right, he's kind of like Edible Napalm. A little bit. Yeah, but you say it. Whatever happened to Fake Sagan? And does the Amazing Atheist still have a channel on here? I have not followed the Amazing Atheist. Is he here or is he gone? If Fake Sagan is gone, I know that. Before I go, though, is Amazing Atheist still on YouTube? He is. He became a right winger, didn't he? Fake Sagan is probably very red pilled right now. But back in the day, he hung out with the liberal atheists. But now I bet he's so red pilled that they probably don't want him, is my guess. But my question is Amazing Atheist still around? Is that fucking guy still? Well, that's no secret. He always was. He always was. Is he skinnier or fatter? I haven't even watched his videos. Does he do live streams or does he just do videos? Has he switched to live streams? Should I watch it for real? Should I get back into The Amazing Atheist? Because I have not watched him in a long freaking time. No one even down in the Boit mentions him. Nobody. That'd be amazing. He's still around. I know he was a part of the Drunken Peasants. You know, the Drunken Peasants gave me a little attention before. They thought I was a pedo, of course, even though it wasn't true, and I knew it wasn't true. The Drunken Peasants thought that I was, but still, I took the attention they were going to give me because, hey, it's like the Drunken Peasants and mentioning Melton John. It's like, that's good no matter what they're talking about. I figure. And then this girl in here says, well, yeah, but they're calling you a pedophile. That is good. But it's like, hey, if the Drunken Peasants are noticing me, that is good. Because then their audience is going to find out I'm not a pedophile. And yet there are still people, they already discovered me. And it's up to them if they want to be a fan of my channel or not. When they realize I'm not what they think I am. So it was still an opportunity to get new fans, even if it was off to a rough start. So any attention is good attention in that regard. You know, that if you get people's attention and people come to your page because they think you're a pedophile, and then you have to explain that you're not, and then they realize you're cool, then they could be on board with your channel, adding you about 30 or 40 new subs at least. That's how even if it starts off rocky, and then you tell them, no, I'm not, and this is really who I am here, then you might get a whole new fan base. Who knows? So however attention has to start with whatever rumor it has to start, if it's getting big and YouTube's looking at you, that's a big thing. Even if you have to explain yourself and then they realize, you could still gain a lot of fans that way. Even if it started off rocky like that. Sometimes that's how it all starts. And then your subs get built as those people realize you're not this malicious person. And we get dragged over to your channel thinking you were a pedophile, but you're actually cool. We're new fans of yours. So that's the standpoint I think of it from, you know. But what happens if thousands has to be it? No idea. No idea. Oh, I gotta go. All right. Someone's racing down the street here. I don't hear them a lot. My windows are rolled up, but the racing doesn't. It might get quiet at night, but there's gonna be someone racing at night. What do they say about Pete's? That Pete's is like the amazing atheist, or is he like edible napalm a little more? Maps. Funny. Maps. Hmm. Anything else? Huh, I never knew that. Must be a new thing. Jesus. All right. Well, who else have anything to say? I'm about to go. They play. Who do they claim? Pete is it Peto and a rumor? Is this Pete? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about here? Pete? Is that who you're talking about? Rape apologies. God, I've been going a while. I leave this stream on, I'm probably gonna pass out on stream. Okay, but he's a cuck though too. I hear that he never participates in sexual action with Booty Beauty and her boyfriend, Nada. And I hear that Pete's is just jerking off in his room listening to them having sex, but he's not welcome to participate or something. He's apparently, from what I hear, he's not welcome to participate. He's only welcome to get off to hearing the sounds of the room by those other two. He is what? Is he participating or is he not? Because I thought I heard that he was not participating, but he was listening to them having sex in the next room and getting off on it. That's what I heard. But I heard that he does not participate with the two of them. Is that true? Or does he participate? Or does he just listen to them? So he's not permitted. He's not even permitted to do anything with them then. If he got his head more straight, but they still are in the same house, and he's still listening to sex sounds and getting off to it, even though he might be hearing Nada getting off, correct? He still jerks off to Nada in the process, correct? That's what I'm getting out of this. Is that how it goes? I mean, what? He may have done what? Got off to it or participated? What are you talking about? He might have participated when it was the black boyfriend. Is that what you're saying? So what the fuck kind of person is Nada? I have not followed Nada individually. Why is Foodie Beauty dating him if he doesn't like trans people? Why is she dating him? Because she's the type, she's open to trans people and all that shit. She's totally on board with the trans agenda and all that. So why would she be dating an asshole who hates trans people? I don't get that at all. God damn. Right. And did he jerk off to the black guy as well, or did he participate in that one? Oh, he's Egyptian. Okay, yeah, like Ralph Nader. He's like Turkish or he's Lebanese. He's Lebanese. That's something. Yeah, there are people who do break a lot for the code, who do claim to be liberal. Right, exactly. Well, some people will say that they're welcome to differences or trans people, but yet in their own way, they're kind of targeting them too, regardless. Even if that trans person has a hard life, because that person thinks that other people are after them and that they could be someone paid and phone. Like, no, I'm just somebody who isn't any of that. I was sent to possibly be an ally to you, but you think I was sent to do a wellness check on you, and that I know all these people that I don't know. I don't know, dude. That's too complicated right now. Remember how I said he joined the black guy to get back with her? Yeah, that part, I don't know what to think of that. I honestly don't. It didn't work until the black guy dumped her. Again, so did this black guy have a sexual interest in pizza? Why am I talking about this right now? Christ, how did it go from everything else to this? I'm trying to leave. You're keeping me on here. You're not letting me get off the live stream right now. She makes fun of trans even though Pete thinks he might. So she makes fun of trans men as well, trans women or whatever. So Foodie Beauty is really a bigot toward trans women, is what this says to me. I'm about to, because I really can't hang on here with these questions. I'm about to drop right now. You don't realize 6 hours in. 6 hours in right now. This is insanity. All right. Well, I'm going to go. Bye. Thanks for coming in here. I think it was a nice talk overall. All right. Bye for tonight. I got to go. Bye.